Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Test test. Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Waiting for the chat to catch up to where we are on stream. You are testing? Hey, hello, Super Knight. We are here. Hello. Hey, guys. Oh, man. This one was a journey to go through. I think we may have broken the record for the the highest number of slides in a single PowerPoint. Music? Is it yeah, page 69. Is the music playing? Hold on. Oh, okay, never mind. I forgot to turn on the music. There we go. It should be working now. Boo, it's not 169. I could have probably slid in like 6 extra slides, but at that point it probably would have been superfluous. Music should be playing now. I just realized that I had my window capture audio muted. Both of my arms feeling sore right now. What were you doing, Randot? Gotta have at least 150 slides for the cute and funny parts alone. Yeah, I mean, looking into Shondo's entire situation with Twitch, I mean, and by that I just mean the recent sort of the infractions that she has been, the supposed infractions, I should say, that she has been penalized for over the last, what, 4 or 5 months, over the last 6 months. It has led me down a rabbit hole of Twitch's prior failings when it comes to the way that it moderates streamers. And one of the conclusions I've come to, and again, this is something we'll go into deeper once we actually get started with the stream proper, but Twitch has a very established history of simply not communicating with any of its creators. And I mean, this is probably not going to be new information to any of you, but what you tend to see when you look at, for example, different news articles that have been written about Twitch and its lopsided moderation and enforcement, is that it will go through cycles of something happening, either a change in the auto moderation system or a wave of bans that have been seemingly given out for no reason. Then you'll reach a critical mass of streamers in a certain group who sort of get together and voice their complaints. Twitch will look at them. They'll, on a one-by-one basis, kind of try to reverse whatever enforcement decision they made. And then afterwards, everything will go quiet and the whole cycle will begin again. And I think what is going on right now is that this same cycle is happening with VTubing, just in the VTubing space in general. Now, do I think that there is still some sort of inherent bias against VTubers? Honestly, yes. And the evidence for that is admittedly quite circumstantial, but there are a few things that have happened over the past 6 months that, well, that I would say does justify viewing Twitch's conduct with at least a little bit of suspicion. So, recent failings, but has there ever been a time when Twitch moderation was at least decent? Not really, no. The thing is with Twitch, it's had issues with its moderation for over the last 5 years. Sorry, let me grab a bottle of water first before I go on. I forgot to retrieve my hydration earlier. But yeah, anyways, Twitch has been having issues with unfair moderation, lack of communication regarding appeals, a faulty appeal process in and of itself for at least the last, 6-7 years. So it's only been going through cycles of those problems being more or less visible. They've never really gone away. Even if the management, even if the administration at Twitch has shifted over the years, there doesn't seem to have been any sort of, deep systemic change. Oh, Mercurius Olicus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools to the club. There's moderation failures, and then there's handing out a 7-day ban for Shondo's birthday and a month for drinking on stream. Yeah, believe you me, we are going to be talking about that one because, how do I say this? There are precedents in place that Twitch itself has established that make it very obvious that what was going on with Shondo is not standard procedure. So, oh look, it's my Oshi armchair. That's very kind of you to say, Potato King. I appreciate it. Didn't you read the policy update? They purposely allowed for nudity if you are... Yep. Nah, I posted about that, both on Twitter and in my community tab. So, yeah. Twitch is not beating the cam girl favoritism allegations. Welcome to the Footstools, Potato King. Thank you for becoming a member. Having a birthday is a bannable offense. Only if you're a VTuber. Only if you're a VTuber. Twitch looks like they want to moderate but don't actually want to. Kind of. See, the problem with Twitch is, well, they, like any platform, they have to moderate. But unfortunately, and this is a bit of an industry norm, because I am simultaneously, while I was making this presentation, I was also looking at what YouTube was doing, because let's be honest, YouTube isn't much better. It is industry standard, unfortunately, that the whole moderation process, sorry, especially the appeals process, is as opaque as possible. And again, I can understand why, like just from a purely cynical perspective, I understand why Twitch would want their appeal and moderation process to be opaque, because, I mean, that's less accountability for them when they mess up. But it's still not a great way of managing your platform. Not exactly, it doesn't exactly make for a very trusting relationship between you and the creators and even viewers that occupy your platform. And Twitch is already bleeding money. So I would assume that at some point it would become more of a priority to increase the number of creators that are able to come to and succeed on your platform, instead of simply working on squeezing maximum profit out of whichever poor inhabitants are already there. I can't pick which one is worse between YouTube or Twitch. I honestly don't think it's a matter of one being, worse than the other, but simply just the fact that they are both bad, but in equally bad, but in different ways. So, Shondo went on Twitter and said that someone on the inside told her, "Oh yeah, don't worry, we're going to be going through that." We're not supposed to pick. Exactly. I kind of wish the Myth Girls streamed once in a while on Twitch just to see a trigger happy mod ban Kura and sit back and watch the blowback. I honestly think that might be the reason why I don't know if Hololive will ever go onto Twitch, because they're succeeding so well on YouTube that I don't think there is any real need for them to go onto Twitch. Although, now that you did bring up a corpo getting into a scuffle with one of the platforms, with what has recently happened on YouTube with Iron Mouse and what happened beforehand with Zentreya, I wouldn't be surprised if over the next year or so, we start to see, how do I say this? See, it's hard to judge these kinds of things because there's always a chance that VShojo simply pivots what it tells its talents to do to avoid an enforcement action like that. But because of the fact that these enforcement actions are so unreasonably handed out, I do think there is a possibility that they may step on VShojo's toes a little too much, one of the two platforms. And when it comes to, well, I mean, this is common knowledge, but if you go look at the top performing VTubers for Twitch, even top performing streamers, for VTubers, it is a VShojo fest, so to speak. And I mean, well, Iron Mouse is now I believe the most subbed streamer on Twitch, period. So anything that VShojo does is going to have pretty big pull on the platform. Maybe Twitch for ASMR content, or was that Twitch also seems to be a little touchy about ASMR content, but there's a lot of other stuff that, well, Twitch is touchy about. Alright, we might just get started. Hello! Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 5. Is Rumble an alternative to the Terrible 2? I do think it is an alternative, but, I mean, we would need, like, it would either be a mass migration or like a slow, gradual build-up of creators moving onto the platform who could shift its brand image from just being like, you know, political platform or like political talking platform to being something else. Because the main problem with Kick and Rumble is a PR problem where, well, that and the fact that the streamers that are currently big on there have audiences that are a little radioactive. So, but it could happen in the future for sure. It is a viable alternative. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get up to the point where it can be considered, I suppose, mainstream competition. You alternative with enough pull? Yeah, exactly. All right. So, before we begin, I want to give a massive shout out to Rima Evanstar's Discord. The people there have been kind enough to they've made an entire thread compiling all of the instances of VTubers getting banned over the last 6 months that they could find on Twitter. And that has been very useful for me in order to try and pass exactly how many people seem to have been affected by this recent wave of enforcements, and also has given me the chance to chase up some individual cases of, you know, these enforcements and get more information from the creators who have been affected. So, again, great resource, very helpful people, very kind of them to be, you know, to chip in with this. Also, another shout out to the Virtual Asylum people over there for simply archiving all of this stuff in one place as well. So again, a lot of the events that I'm going to be referring to in this stream, in this presentation, are also going to be like, you know, stuff that I was only able to find documentation on because people there have compiled it. So this is why archiving is very important, guys. Anyways, few disclaimers before we begin. First, there will be points in this stream where I will specifically criticize the conduct and or communication issued by a specific public figure or individual. And I want to make it very clear that when I do, it is not intended to be a personal attack on them, and it is not supposed to be used as a license to personally attack them either. So, in other words, do not attempt to harass and or contact any of the people mentioned in this stream in any way, shape, or form. Second, this stream should not be taken as a definitive statistical study. At risk of stating the obvious, I am not a Twitch employee. I don't have access to their internal statistics or data. Everything I'm working off of is effectively just stuff that has been made available to the public, and I am just one person. So, as a result, I've tried to pivot my approach a little bit to a more case study-based look at what has been going on with Twitch. So again, this is just a showcase of the apparent pitfalls and biases present in Twitch's current approach towards moderation. Again, not a definitive statistical study. And finally, as always, dates may be affected by time zones. So, that's what a Twitch employee would say. Shh, 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 shh. So, in keeping with the case study approach towards this, as has become a trend with many of my prior streams, I want to start by giving you guys a little bit of a history lesson. So, this is a streamer by the name of Just a Minx. Now, for those of you who don't know who Just a Minx is, she is a just chatting, face cam, Irish streamer, I believe. And again, those of you who do know her might know her because of a controversy that she got into around the beginning of last year that was reported on by a lot of other publications and became pretty big Twitch drama for a while in that particular streaming community. So essentially what happened was that Cutie Cinderella hosted an after-party for the Twitch Streamer Awards show. And during this after-party, Just a Minx effectively, got this party shut down because of drunken and disorderly conduct. Now, again, like I said, this became pretty big news for a while, and for a while thereafter, Minx was pretty much infamous for being an alcoholic and still streaming on Twitch throughout the time that she was, so to speak, falling off the wagon. Now, just off of that information alone, you can probably tell where I'm going with this. On February 26, 2023, Just a Minx would hit live on Twitch, and she would start streaming to her audience of thousands of people while drinking from a bottle of whiskey. Now, during this time, you could very easily tell, if you watch back the clips, that she was inebriated. Her speech was slurred and slow, and, she didn't really seem to be entirely lucid at the time. Now, at one point during this stream, Minx would end up dropping the bottle onto the floor, and in an attempt to go grab it, she would end up losing her balance on the chair and visibly, audibly, falling onto the floor, at which point afterwards she would simply, get up back into the bottom half of the camera and then look towards her audience. And the thing about this particular instance was it was taken by audiences on the internet as a sign that she should not be streaming, that she was far too inebriated, way too deep in terms of alcoholism, struggling with an addiction, etc., etc. She was too incapacitated to make it safe for her to stream. This particular clip was then published on Livestream Fails, where it gained a lot of attention. And not even a full week afterwards, Minx was informed in private that she was going to be banned. On March 3rd, this ban took effect. Just a Minx was suspended for a week. And the reason as to why was because, being drunk on stream, or specifically, Twitch citing its self-harm policies. To quote this article written by Dexerto about this particular ban, on March 1, Minx posted a now-deleted tweet showing an email from a Twitch representative explaining that her account was due to be suspended for a week for breaking the self-harm rules in the community guidelines. Specifically, Minx is said to have been, quote, incapacitated on stream, end quote. During her broadcast on February 26, Minx was clearly intoxicated and dropped a bottle of whiskey on the ground in a clip that was shared on Reddit. Now, in terms of what these self-harm guidelines entail, If you go over to Twitch's community guidelines website, you go over to safety, self-destructive behavior, they specify. Self-destructive behavior means harming yourself or discussing self-harm can be dangerous for not only yourself, but for viewers and those around you. Oh, hi, Lumi. Welcome to the stream. We understand that streamers and viewers should be able to discuss sensitive topics related to self-harm or mental health. And we want Twitch to remain a safe space to do so. This sentence is going to ring very hollow in a few minutes. Anyone should be able to talk about their struggles if they so choose. However, Twitch does not allow content that glorifies, promotes, or encourages self-harm. We also prohibit activity that may endanger your life, lead to your physical harm, or encourage others to engage in physically harmful behavior. We do not make exceptions for self-destructive behavior performed as a stunt or gag made in jest. Now, I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. Twitch does not make exceptions just because something is quote-unquote a joke, or meant to entertain when the behavior could reasonably be expected to cause physical injury to anyone on our service. Now, they go on to provide a few examples of what they mean by self-harm content or self-harm behavior. 1. Glorification and or promotion of self-harm. 2. Promotion of eating disorders and sharing of pro-eating disorder content, such as saying you're pro-Anna or sharing your diet plan of not eating for 3 days and then binge eating on day 4. 3. Sharing graphic details of super slide notes or super slide attempts. 4. Using hard drugs and substances not fit for human consumption. 5. Misuse of legal substances. 6. Cutting or other forms of self-injury. 7. Consumption of alcohol or other substances that lead to being incapacitated. There's our man. And 8. Dangerous or distracted driving, including using a phone while driving and driving under the influence. Now, you can very easily tell that this is the one that would apply to Minx in this scenario. And when you look at what was shown in that particular clip from Minx's stream, you can kind of see why they would give her a 1-week ban. Because if you look at what actually happened, you could tell that Minx was, or you could audibly tell that Minx was inebriated. There was visible signs of incapacitation. Again, her movements were very sluggish, uncoordinated. She ended up falling over, despite, falling over from a seated position, mind you. There was an audible implication of physical injury, both due to the fact that you could hear her colliding with the floor once she fell off her chair, and you could also hear the bottle hitting the floor, which, again, might imply that there was maybe glass broken. And then finally, you have a mild visible implication of physical injury. Now, this is more due to the fact that when Minx did end up coming back up from the ground and looking into the camera, she did look a little disheveled. So, when you take all of these things into account, this seems to be the standard, the precedent that Twitch is setting about, how they are going to punish drunken behavior deemed liable to cause the individual self-harm if these are the traits that are shown. Now, this brings us to September 13th, 2024. Where streamer Fallen Shadow / Shondo would tweet out, "In 4 hours, drunk Shondo? It all depends on how funny my Discord is. Come drink and giggle with me on this silly Friday the 13th. I will try not to lapse into a coma. I have alcohol." So I have the the endurance of a toddler, something along those lines. But in any case, Shondo would go live with a drinking stream. And over the course of this stream, she would become quite inebriated. Now, there are a few specific timestamps in this stream that I want to, quote her on, just to establish context in terms of what ended up causing an enforcement action later on. So, at around 4 hours, 28 minutes, 4 seconds, Shondo states, "I get a bit silly when I'm drunk. I think I might be drunk, actually. So just a warning that I'm full of alcohol. She responds to a message in chat before going on to say, I'm very silly right now. No, I should finish this drink though, just for the sake of finishing it. I think I'm immune to laughter at this point. I've sunk into a fugue state. Now the reason why I point this out is because this is a verbal confirmation of the fact that she is at this point in time inebriated. So it's not just slurred speech, she's actually saying this to her audience as well. At around 5 hours 26 minutes, she says, I'm so full of emotion, but I hope you know that the base emotion I'm full of is, in fact, love. It all boils down to love. I'm the luckiest girl on earth. Then, roughly 2 minutes later, okay, do you want a real confession right now? I'm always scared of ending stream because I'm scared it's going to be the last time I get to end the stream. From here, Shondo would launch into a long, I suppose, rant about the insecurities she faced as a streamer, as a content creator, while also constantly reiterating over and over how grateful she is to her audience that they are there for her, and constantly reiterating how happy she is that she has been given the chance to, again, have a career streaming. And at this particular point in time, the reason why this is so important is because these are not the hallmarks of someone who genuinely feels the desire to end their own life. To go on, at around 5 hours, 31 minutes, Shondo says, and this is how she finishes the stream, by the way, I don't know how to end the stream. I don't understand streaming, actually. I'm going to, and then she says, commit super slide after this. And then she laughs. Because I went and spilled, at least I think that's what she said, so much. It's so embarrassing. I don't think I've ever been this drunk. So again, she ended up crying during this period of time, and that's what she's referencing when she says that she's embarrassed by the end of the stream. I don't think I've ever been this drunk. If I end here, I have to come to terms with the embarrassment. Anyways, goodbye forever. Until tomorrow, I guess. Have a nice day. Love you. Enjoy life. Please don't forget about me. I will see you tomorrow. We're drawing. Again, although you might be able to say, oh, okay, if we take her out of context, she did technically say goodbye forever. She did technically say don't forget about me. And while those two phrases in isolation might signal that, oh, she's about to do something permanent or grievous, if you look at everything else surrounding these statements, you very clearly see that she has no such plans to do any such thing. She is, if anything, simply looking forward to the stream that she already has planned tomorrow. There is a commitment there. One of the signs that someone is not actually thinking about, taking their own life is that they make a promise that they are going to be there at a later date. At a specific later date, if that. Oh, Junie. Hello, welcome to chat, welcome to stream. I hope you enjoy your time here. Now, there are two other points in this stream that might seem vaguely unrelated, but that I quickly want to highlight as well. At around 4 hours, 29 minutes, she says, I love my friends. I love them. They're nice people, and I want to keep them in my house, actually, so they cannot leave me. Because sometimes people leave, and it's okay as long as they're still my friend, but sometimes people leave and they're not your friend, and that's okay too. It's part of growing up. I learnt that. 4 minutes 33, about 4 minutes later. I'm so happy that I met my friends, and I'm so happy that I met all of you. I'm so happy that I can keep you all. In my heart, it breaks my heart a little bit, because I know that I can't keep everyone forever. I know I can't. I know I can't keep everyone forever, And I have to come to terms with that. I can't keep the people in a little jar. I don't know. I'm 21 years old. I'm an adult. I should be able to do things. It's so hard making friends. Now, this particular section of the stream, I'm going to be completely honest, was really rough to watch. And I can guarantee, given what happened to her, given the penalty that Twitch moderation decided to hand out to her, I can guarantee that they did not watch this part of the stream. And again, I want you to keep in the back of your mind 2 specific phrases from these 2 excerpts. In the first one, I want you to keep in the back of your mind that she said, "It's part of growing up." And then in the second excerpt, I want you to keep in the back of your mind that she said, "I'm 21 years old. I'm an adult." This will be important later. So, next day, September 14th, 2024, Shondo would then say to her audience, "I got a little too white girl wasted. Mistake. Sorry. Love you a lot. I should not be trusted with alcohol." Again, I keep saying this, but that's because it's important to emphasize these are not the hallmarks of someone who wants to end their own life. This is someone who's excited over plans she has for the future. And again, the reason why this is so important is because on that same day, later on in the day, Twitch would ban Shondo. And Shondo herself would not receive any notification or warning from Twitch that this was the case. In fact, she only found out from streamer bans. And she says, "What the fuck? No, you are banned. No, you are banned email from either Twitch or my partner support. Last time I got an email, when I got an email before the ban went through at least, but nothing." And then she goes on to state, "Hey, at Twitch support. What the heck, man? Woke up to being banned, found out through a Twitter bot because I have received no email about it, never mind why. Is drinking on stream against TOS now, or is it just against the made-up second set of rules that my partner manager admitted moderation has for me? That I'm not allowed to see or hear about, by the way, because I am a petite woman with a high, soft voice using a VTuber model that reflects me IRL. Now, this particular point is going to be pretty important later as well. So, do I at least get to know why I'm banned this time? For how long? Because nobody has told me anything, and this is starting to feel very much like bullying. I don't think it's fair that one rogue admin who hates VTubers gets to play with my career like this. I'm legally disabled, and I support 6 vulnerable family members through streaming, and someone who just doesn't like VTubers gets to keep hurting me and others with no explanation, logic, or reason. While we all know this is a site full of naked women on the front page. Okay. And then in a reply to that post, she goes on to state, again, no email about my ban. Nothing from my partner manager or the site itself. Sorry, give me a second. Radio silence. No details about what the ban is for or why. Just, haha, I don't like Shondo, let's hit the big red button, I guess. And then, funnily enough, immediately after posting this tweet, Shondo would then receive from Twitch a formal email notification about her ban. There is no fucking way. And if you read through this letter, you will understand this particular reaction. Hello, Fallen Shadow. We've reviewed your content, and we're concerned about you. If you're currently struggling or feeling unsafe, please reach out for help, talk to someone you trust, contact your doctor, or go to the hospital. In accordance with our community guidelines and to protect our community, we've removed this content. super slide or self-harm behavior seriously threatening to harm yourself or endangering your life is not allowed on Twitch. Please read our community guidelines to learn more. We have a page dedicated to mental health support and resources that can help you navigate this difficult time here. As this is a breach of our community guidelines, we've suspended your account temporarily. And then in brackets, 30 days. I want you to let that sink in for a moment. Shondo has just been handed a month-long ban. Now, the funny thing about month-long bans is that they are not just a temporary holiday off of Twitch. Any subs that you have that are supposed to renew on any of those 30 days are automatically cut off. This is a major hit to somebody's income. Know that you are valued. I can't even read that with a straight face. Know that you are valued as a part of the Twitch community. Please take care. Note, due to your suspension of 30 days or longer, any subscriptions you have will not renew. To make changes to your subscriptions while suspended, please contact us. And then at the bottom, they say, learn more about account suspensions and the appeals process. If you reside in the European Union, please review our Digital Services Act help page for additional information. Again, yeah, it's absolutely infuriating to read because it rings so obviously hollow. Please take care. Know that you are valued as a part of Twitch. What a fucking joke. Nothing says that you care about someone quite like taking away their income. But anyways, the reason why this 30-day ban seems so weird, though, in particular, is when you look at the precedent that Twitch themselves established with Just the Minx, you start to see a few concerning disparities in terms of the way that Shondo received an enforcement action and the way that Just the Minx received an enforcement action. Now, when you look at what Shondo did, you can boil it down to the following 4 points. First, you could audibly tell that she was inebriated. Not only did she explicitly say so, but you can kind of hear it in her speech as well. However, she also made an audible joke about self-harm right at the end when she was trying to end stream. Second, she has no visible signs of being physically incapacitated. Again, you might think that this is, well, a no-shit Sherlock type situation because she's a VTuber, but it still is worth pointing out. Second, no audible implication of physical injury. There was no thudding, there was no banging, there was nothing going on in the background that would imply to anybody that Shondo had actually been hurt in any way. And then finally, there was no visible implication of physical injury. Again, like I said, Shondo's a VTuber, this makes sense, but it still bears pointing out. Because when you compare these two cases side by side, this massive disparity in terms of how Shondo has been punished doesn't really make much sense at all, unless the entire difference of those 23 days is purely on account of Shondo making a joke about super sliding. Now, this is a bit of a problem because, like we pointed out before, in Twitch's own guidelines, they explicitly state that they want to encourage their creators to have open conversations about mental health. And yet, here was Shondo, who, if you actually looked at the context of that clip, was abundantly obviously talking about her mental health, that she didn't actually mean she was going to end her own life. If you paid attention to all of that context, there is no way you could mistake her joke right at the end for being a genuine, threat or even a promise that she's going to do something to herself. Which is, again, why this disparity sticks out like a sore thumb. 30 days does not seem to be very justified. Shondo herself would point that out as well. Hey, Dan Clancy, at Twitch support, I just got a 30-day ban for having 3 glasses of cream liquor. I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm not even hungover, what the fuck? And this particular reaction was pretty justified. Again, I can understand giving Shondo a 7-day ban for simply saying, making a joke about ending her own life. However, 30 days does really seem to be very excessive, especially when the precedent that Twitch themselves has established seems to be, in multiple other ways, worse than what Shondo did. Now, the reason why Shondo would end up posting all of this to Twitter is understandably because Twitch's own appeals process is pretty, well, if I'm being completely honest, pretty garbage. Not effective at all, and therefore, pretty much one of the only ways to get Twitch's attention, much like YouTube unfortunately, is to at them on another platform. And when Shondo posted this out, she was probably hoping that other people would take notice and signal boost what she was saying. And Twitter did not disappoint. Every VTuber who was on Twitch essentially chimed in and went apeshit over this enforcement decision. You had people like Lucy Pyre. 30 fucking days? Twitch, you really think screwing with someone's career and revenue source is going to help their mental health? Be so for real. Fix it now. Unban her. This is insane. You had Sayu coming in. This is so sad to see. I'm so sorry that you had to struggle through all of this extra that you don't deserve. I get that a platform would want to point out any self-harm, but I doubt you were saying anything that level while drinking. Exactly. And, with context, she was not. Did they even watch your stream? A very valid question. Huh. Vivi coming in with the, I can't believe this. This is not a kind or helpful thing for Twitch to do. If someone is worried about their mental health, is this your this is your livelihood? You support 6 family members. I hate that this is happening to you. This isn't right. And then Smugglana, Twitch is so dog shit at their job and rule regulation. It's actually impressive, bro. And a total of 2.9 million impressions, 51k likes, 3.7 reposts or quote tweets, and 1.8k replies. This tweet blew up. So, not only that though, it even spread beyond the immediate sphere of, Twitch indies. You had other people coming in, including corpo VTubers from Face Connect, like Lumi and Pitkin Pippa, and you had other... The interesting thing about this particular response is that not only were there people pointing out how unfair this particular enforcement action was, but they also started speculating that this seems targeted. You had Lumi saying this is targeted and ridiculous. Sarwe with no way, again. We'll get to what exactly she means by again in a second. You had Pippa coming in with someone at Twitch seems to actually have it out for you at this point, and you had Bao the Whale pointing out, let me get this straight. Twitch's favorite gamers can say, finish hospital, but somehow bringing up mental health in any capacity during a drinking stream warrants a 30-day suspension. Twitch is not beating the "we hate VTubers" allegations. And again, this wasn't just VTubers replying to this. Other kinds of creators were coming to comment as well. You had commentary creators like Kyo basically reaffirming the Twitch hates VTubers message. You had clippers like Synchro. You had artists like Agamata and Leo de Rorero. And you had meme pages like VTuber memes. You had the Avengers assembling to all clown on Twitch, to all roast them for doing this to Shondo. And, as expected, when you manage to apply this much public pressure, albeit on a separate site, it actually worked. Within a few hours, Shondo was then unbanned. Thank you, everyone, for being so supportive. This whole thing has been a big silly roller coaster on my shaking kitten self, so I will be back to streaming as normal on Monday. However, this wasn't the only thing that Twitch sent to Shondo. It wasn't just a notification that she's been unbanned, because they snuck a little something else in there as well. In a reply to that previous tweet, Shondo would then elaborate, haha, what though? So they're admitting only because of backlash? Okay. And she would attach the following message from Twitch. Hello, Fallen Shadow. A member of our team has revealed your appeal and can confirm the correct enforcement was issued. However, given the details of your case, we have determined that your appeal can be accepted. Make sure to stay informed by familiarizing yourself with terms of service and community guidelines if you reside in the European Union, etc., etc. Now, this is funny for a number of reasons. First, a member of our team has reviewed your appeal and can confirm the correct enforcement was issued. I want to make this very clear. This is a non-apology. This is Twitch doubling down and saying that their original decision of 30 days was correct. And then the next sentence, however, given the details of your case. What details? And again, this is something we'll get into later. But this is not the first correspondence that Shondo has had with Twitch about this particular ban, and her previous attempts to correspond in private did not result in anything. No headway, no progress, no response, nothing. It was only when she went onto Twitter and got the attention of a metric ton of people that Twitch ended up conceding. Now, Shondo, understandably, would point out the fact that this was a horribly worded response that told her nothing about what actually changed Twitch's mind about their penalty. What does this even mean? And something that I've talked about plenty of times on my prior streams is, if you don't define context, if you don't contextualize your own messages, the public will do that for you. And in this particular case, because of how vaguely Twitch worded this particular bit of correspondence with Shondo, the public was free to take away whatever message they wanted from this notice. Within reason, of course, and I would say, in my personal opinion, that a lot of the interpretations were actually quite reasonable given the recent context of Twitch's behavior. Now, a few of the people who would respond to this. Legal Mindset. Once again, the only effective remedy is the backlash from X campaigns calling out the BS. This one is especially mind-numbing as they are bending backwards to try and say they did nothing wrong. You had Bow the Whale coming in again. This is such an embarrassing reply from Twitch. It reeks of passive aggressiveness and disrespect towards you. Twitch pretending to have rules and backbone when they bend the rules every day to maintain money by being chatterbait light is just hilarious to me. And you had Smugglana coming in as well with, this is some backhanded snake shit. Now, in each of these three replies or quotes, there was a different takeaway from what Twitch was trying to say. In Legal Mindset's case, this was basically the message that Twitch is incapable of admitting wrongdoing and the only form of redress is through public pressure. Through Bow's tweet, the message was Twitch is inconsistent and unfair in how it enforces its rules, and Smugglana, Twitch's failings exhibit all the hallmarks of individual pettiness and malice from inside Twitch. Now, Shondo herself would then elaborate on her feelings regarding this particular notice on her alt account. I actually do find it very distressing that they're at least putting on the front that the only reason the ban was lifted is because of the huge backlash. I'm so grateful over the absolutely ungodly amount of support I've received, but man, what if I was a smaller channel? To go on, what about when this happens to someone who doesn't have a lot of people who will step up and defend them? I am still shaking from seeing how many literal tens of thousands of people have stood up for me the past few days. I can't wrap my head around it, but what if I wasn't, quote-unquote, big enough to have that? What if I didn't have savings? What if they were right and I legitimately was having feelings of self-destruct? Are they outright admitting they will tell small VTubers to end game if someone on the staff doesn't like them, take away their income just because they can? I feel a lot more stable continuing to stream on Twitch, especially knowing Dan is aware of the situation as well as the previous time I was banned now, Dan being Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. So I don't think they can get away with bullying me any further. I am scared for other VTubers. And here's the thing. Shondo's expressed concern as to what would happen if she didn't have the audience she had, if she wasn't able to amass the backlash she did, is a very valid concern. More valid, perhaps, than she even knew. Because this scenario of Twitch doing the exact same thing to another streamer, and then, well, no public backlash, meaning no reversal of the ban, this has happened before. And in that vein, I want to introduce you guys to a small Australian IRL streamer by the name of Boggles, otherwise known as I'm Boggles or Boggles1. Now, when you look at this profile, you might notice something. This is a kick channel. That's because Boggles is no longer on Twitch. He was at the beginning of this year, but ever since then, he has received one 30-day ban. We'll get to why in a second. And he was then thereafter, on a separate occasion, permabanned off of the platform, which is why he now resides on Kick. Now, a lot of you might not know him, and that's understandable. However, the reason why Boggles was banned has much to do with his claim to fame. And this man's claim to fame was sticking forks into toasters on stream. Boggles' shtick was pretty much performing, I should say, quote-unquote stunts, where he would imply to his entire audience that he was about to electrocute himself live on stream. On a particular stream, on January 18th of this year, Boggles would hit go live on Twitch, and the camera would open on him at some point during this time. He would play a clip where he was set up sitting down in front of two toasters. Now, Boggles would then pull out a pair of forks and hold them above these toasters in his hands. He would thereafter say, "Death wish." Stick those forks into those toasters, upon which the frame rate broke down into pretty much being a Microsoft PowerPoint. There would be a bright flash of light, and Boggles would fall backwards onto the bed, from where a dark brown stain of suspicious appearance would spread out over the seat of his trousers. Now, I don't think I need to say why this is a very stupid thing to do on Twitch. I think this is pretty obvious as to why something like this would attract Twitch's attention, might attract some form of moderation and or enforcement from, at the very least, Twitch's bots, but probably most likely from people watching as well. So, to go through the same 4 criteria that we've been using in prior cases, both with Shondo and with Just a Minx, let's evaluate exactly what Boggles has done with this particular stream. There is no sign of inebriation. However, Boggles very clearly, albeit jokingly, depicts an act of self-harm. I don't think anyone's going to argue with me when I say that sticking forks into toasters is very much self-harm. There is very obvious, visible physical incapacitation. The man shit himself, or at least strongly implied that he shit himself. You could be forgiven, if that was all you saw, for thinking that he had just died on the spot. There was an audible implication of physical injury. Again, he did yell out while this particular sequence was going down. There was also a very strong, visible implication of physical injury. Again, we didn't see him being we didn't see smoke coming out of his hair or anything, but we can still assume quite reasonably that there was some sort of injury going on at the time. To nobody's surprise, 2 days later, Boggles was banned off of Twitch, and he would make a tweet saying, "I got banned for the toaster clip. Please, at Twitch support. It was an honest mistake. I don't know what to do right now. At Kick Streaming, help me." And he would post the letter that Twitch had sent him from HQ. And what do you know? The letter starts, "Hey Boggles, we've reviewed your content and we're concerned about you. If you're currently struggling or feeling unsafe, please reach out for help, talk to someone you trust, contact your doctor, or go to the hospital. In accordance with our community guidelines and to protect our community, we've removed this content. Super slide or self-harm behavior, engaging activities that may endanger your life or lead to your physical harm, is not allowed on Twitch. Please read our community guidelines to learn more." And at the bottom, "As this is a breach of our community guidelines, we've suspended your account temporarily, brackets, 30 days. Now, already, a lot of people in chat are picking up on the fact that this is basically the exact same letter that they sent to Shondo, word for word, sentence for sentence, paragraph for paragraph, right down to the number of days that they were suspended for. The only difference is the specific reason as to why this was classed as a self-harm violation. For Shondo, they said seriously threatening to harm yourself or endanger your life, whereas with Boggles, they said engaging in activities that may endanger your life or lead to physical harm. To make it very clear, this is Shondo's competition. An internet-poisoned, Darwin Award-winning, genetic dead end who decided to post a video of him sticking forks into toasters. And what he did is viewed as equally bad as what Shondo did. This man mogs almost every other streamer at said Darwin Awards, which is why it's crazy that they received the exact same penalty. And with this case study, we now have a pattern, or at least 3 different case studies, or sorry, I should say 2 different case studies that we can use to establish a spectrum on which Twitch punishes streamers for exhibiting self-harm behavior on their site. So, between Just a Minx, who received 7 days, and Boggles, who received 30 days, I think it can be, again, this is full disclosure, this is going to be very subjective, because we are essentially looking at 3 individual case studies and trying to interpret where one of them lands on a spectrum between the other 2. However, I don't think a lot of people will argue with me when I say that I would expect Shondo to land closer to this, the 7-day ban, than closer to this, the 30-day ban. And to say that Shondo deserves to be put here is absolutely ridiculous. And what we have... It's frankly baffling now that we know that there is a case study of something that has happened, a penalty that is pretty much the exact same as Shondo's, but given out for a reason that is so much worse than what she did. In every conceivable metric, what Boggles did, albeit the fact that he claims it was just a stunt, or a pre-recorded video, whatever. The point is, what he showed on his stream was far worse than anything Shondo did on hers. And again, I understand that is a subjective judgment. But come on. This was a guy who stuck forks into toasters. Are you really going to tell me that these 2 are the same, are comparable, let alone the same? So, when faced with something as illogical, incomprehensible as this, I want to bring back a concept that we discussed briefly last time when we were talking about Twitch's moderation. The topic of a black box system. Now, again, to remind you guys, a black box system is basically any system where the internal mechanisms are made inaccessible, unknown to the observer. All you understand, all you have to go off of, when you're trying to figure out what the mechanisms of a black box system are, is are the inputs and the outputs. And this is all you have to work with when you're trying to understand what actually goes on inside this black box. In this particular case, we were given a few very interesting inputs and outputs. For starters, we were told, based off of Twitch's moderation decisions, that Boggles and Fallen Shadow, those being the inputs, resulted in an output where these two were regarded as being effectively the same, equal in terms of the offense they committed. And this is insane for a number of reasons, but we'll get to those in a second. From this, we can also combine this with what we know from various other sources about how this moderation system works. So, from things like Twitch's own web pages, community guidelines, specifically their safety, the page that they have dedicated to their safety team, we can understand that some of the mechanisms that are present in this black box system, again, we don't know how those mechanisms interact with one another, but we know what mechanisms are there, or at least some of the mechanisms that are there. We know that they have a combination of site-wide policies, user reports, machine detection, and staff. However, when we're trying to gauge how transparent each of these four mechanisms are in terms of how they work, they land on a bit of a spectrum. Site-wide policies, pretty transparent, they're accessible to everyone, and they're worded in a way where most of the time you can understand what they're getting at, so long as you're not purposefully trying to subvert them. However, when you start looking at the other mechanisms, they get considerably more opaque. User reports. Streamers have no way of evaluating or looking at the report that got them banned or a warning assigned to their content. Again, in future, I can only hope that it becomes part of the appeal process, that the report, that the user report that got a streamer, that incurred an enforcement action, is made available to the streamer as well. But as of right now, that is not the case. Machine detection. Again, Twitch has disclosed that it uses, to quote, proactive machine detection or automated detection as a way of trying to moderate its content. And if you want to see where I got that information from, you can look at their half-yearly reports from 2023, their half-yearly transparency reports, And, however, they don't explain how these bots, essentially, are trained. They don't tell the public what content these bots are trained to look out for, what is being fed in, and therefore what these bots are going to be looking for, what might set them off. All of this is something that we are not made privy to as audiences or as creators. So all we have to go off of is the simple fact that there are bots in Twitch's system. And then finally, funnily enough, the most opaque part of this entire appeals process, the entire moderation system, the staff. So, again, we have no clue who the moderators, who the admin are on Twitch's staff. Aside from, Dan Clancy. We don't know who is making these decisions, and we don't know if there are any systems in place to provide any sort of accountability or evaluating the accuracy of their enforcement decisions. The other thing, when you look at these three aspects, these three mechanisms that are present in Twitch's moderation system, these are the factors that determine what constitutes an offense, broadly speaking. However, only the staff get to decide what constitutes a penalty. And that is concerning for a number of reasons, because when you try to apply this system to Shondo's penalty, to Shondo's ban, what you get is that a combination of site-wide policies, user reports, and or machine detection got to decide that what Shondo did, what Shondo said, constituted self-destructive behavior. Again, I can understand that. She didn't say the magical words in Minecraft. However, the length of the penalty was a human decision. A human being, alleged human being, on Twitch's moderation staff looked at what Shondo did and decided that that was worthy of a penalty equal to a guy who live streamed himself shoving forks into toasters. Let that sink in for a moment. A human being made that decision. Oh, Ilara, hi. Twitch doesn't like to tell you why, so you over moderate yourself. Yeah, I can very easily see that being the motivation behind this as well. So, when you try to compare these two directly, you can very see that there is something going very, very wrong in this part of the moderation system. Again, to reiterate, Shondo only made an audible joke about self-harm. She was audibly inebriated, but there was no visible sign of incapacitation or physical injury. There was no auditory sign of physical injury either. Whereas with Boggles, you had pretty much everything except for inebriation, and yet for some reason, these two are given the exact same penalty, which would lead people, quite understandably, to the conclusion that there is some sort of human bias affecting the way that these penalties are being handed out. One thing that I want to specify when talking about black box systems, when discussing how they work, is that it is theoretically possible for a black box system to still be perceived by the public as being fair. However, the trick lies in making sure that the public is actually able to predict how that system works. Again, we don't tend to care if a system is mysterious. We only care about the outcomes. Again, if you have a black box system that has uniform outcomes, again, consistent outcomes that can be predicted by people, even if they don't know the exact nature of the mechanisms inside that system, people generally perceive that system as being fair. However, the moment you combine a black box system with inconsistent outcomes, like with Fallen Shadow and Boggles, you get an unfair system. And you can't really blame people for looking at this and then deciding that, okay, it's pretty obvious something is going wrong among Twitch moderation staff. Someone on their team, a human being, allegedly, made the decision that this was the exact same, effectively, I shouldn't say the exact same, was at least equivalent to this. And here's where I want to bring up another concept that we've talked about prior in the Off-Guy stream. The idea of, well, how communication works. Put very simply, generally, simple model of communication is the bullet theory model, something called the bullet theory model, where it is conceptualized that you have a sender who uses a medium to send a message out to a receiver. Very simple, one-way process. Problem is, that's not how communication works nowadays, because online platforms have gotten involved. Essentially, what ends up happening, and this is something that I've termed the paintball arena model towards communication, is that now you have a sender who uses a medium to send out a message, except instead of that message being received by a distinct receiver, it is received by a medium, an online platform. When Twitch tried to send out an email to Shondo, Shondo was not the only one who got to see what that message entailed. That message was posted onto Twitter, and once it is posted onto Twitter, an entire audience that you never conceived of gets to see it as well. However, as is the case with contextual communication, when you put a message up onto a platform, when it's stuck to a medium, you don't get to determine how other people see that message. Instead, those people will end up contextualizing your message using everything else you've done or said beforehand, and everything else that everyone around you is saying in the same context as well. So you end up painting a picture that you might have never intended to paint. Now, the way that this can be applied to Shondo's specific case is Twitch thought that what would happen was they would issue an enforcement action. Hello, Fallen Shadow, this is self-harm. And that Shondo would receive this message and presumably, according to whatever lizard beings are inhabiting that platform, that Shondo would take this on the chin, go, yes, darling, 30 days is a reasonable amount of time to take off as a result of saying I'm going to super slide as a joke. But instead, what actually ended up happening was that Twitch sent this message out, and it landed onto a context where if you had bothered Googling, if you had bothered searching up prior examples, precedents that Twitch themselves had set for their audiences, they end up sending them a few different messages that I don't think they intended to send. The first is that Twitch makes distinctions between different degrees of self-harm. Again, Just the Minx, Shondo, Boggles. All of them were slapped with a self-harm violation, but not all of them got the same amount of a penalty. Not all of them were banned for the same amount of days. So again, this is pretty cut and dried. Twitch does make some sort of distinction. There is someone making a judgment as to how severe, quote-unquote severe, a self-harm violation is. The second thing, different degrees of self-harm attract different penalties. Again, this is self-explanatory as well. Minx only got 7 days, whereas the other two got 30. And then finally, and this is the most egregious one when you've looked into this a bit more, Fallen Shadow's infraction was judged to be comparable to the most severe degree of self-harm, despite exhibiting the mildest implication of incapacitation or injury between the three cases. If you consider what happened with Just a Minx and Boggles, both of them had at least some form of implication, strong or mild, visual or auditory, that they had caused harm or incapacitation to themselves. Whereas with Shondo, there is only the mildest implication of harm, which was just her making a joke, or incapacitation, which was just her speech. And yet, she was judged as being, worthy of the most severe punishment Twitch had available. And this picture that Twitch has painted only gets worse when you consider more of the surrounding context around how Shondo herself has been targeted by Twitch's enforcements in the past. So again, in July of this year, Shondo was hit with 2 separate enforcement actions by Twitch. The first was a ban that overlapped perfectly, for some reason, with her birthday. So this was on the 24th of July, where she said, "Dude, it's my birthday at Twitch support, not a sexual channel, didn't do anything sexual, what the fuck?" And the notice that is cropped in this image, but essentially says something along the lines of, "You are being banned because you have exhibited certain sexual behaviors or words combined with a VTuber avatar that resembles a child." Now, again, we'll be digging into that rationale a little bit later. However, about a week afterwards, when she was unbanned, Shondo would also inform the public that Twitch had removed an emote from her channel as well. This one. Twitch removed this emote for being too sexual, and it's just a chibi-fied version of Shondo sitting on a toilet. There is no form of undress. There is no visible signs of, scat or anything. It's just her, fully clothed, sitting on from this angle, it looks like a closed toilet bowl. And yet Twitch deemed this to be too quote-unquote sexual. And when you look at all of these events in context, when you consider how odd, how the lack of apparent reason, logic as to why Shondo received these penalties, there is only one conclusion that you can reasonably come to. Azahara just joined her scat. Welcome to the stream. There's only one conclusion that you could reasonably come to, and that is that someone at Twitch is deliberately targeting Shondo. Like I said, the fact that she received a punishment can be put down to either a user report or maybe a machine detected or a machine detection from Twitch's auto mod. However, the length of those penalties and the exact time upon which they commence, those were human decisions. Someone at Twitch is making these decisions. So understandably, people, Shondo very much included, are going to be quite suspicious of this. Again, this is only made worse the more context you have, because after the 30-day ban was overturned, Shondo would come back with a stream titled Silly Girl is Back, They Couldn't Stop the Shondoing, Monkeying Around and Having Fun on September the 19th, where she would go into some detail as to what exactly happened between her and Twitch. There is going to be a lot. There is going to be a lot to unpack here, so. Around 13 minutes, 43 seconds, she states that she has been assured, quote-unquote, by both her Twitch partner manager and Dan Clancy himself that there is, quote, no Twitch mod who hates VTubers, end quote. Again, nice of them to say that, but the things that have been happening are, frankly, a little bit too suspicious for that to be taken at face value. Around 15 minutes, 18 seconds, she states that there was one specific statement that she uttered during her stream that did technically violate Twitch's terms of service. She forgot to say in Minecraft after stating at the end of her stream that she was going to commit super slide out of embarrassment. However, despite saying this, Shondo still reaffirms that, given the context surrounding that statement on stream, it was very clear that that statement was a joke. JV Robergato, thank you for the 125 pesos. Implicit association of a certain art style is being targeted at kids. Oh, we'll get to that in a second, believe me. At around 17 minutes 53 seconds, Shondo then states that, in her opinion, a warning or a 3-day ban would have been a justified penalty. A 30-day ban was more than extreme, and I think everyone else would agree with that as well. Elara, no Twitch mod hates VTubers, but however, our bots... See, that's the thing, though, because again, like I said before, I can understand if more VTubers get given enforcement actions that are warnings or bans. And I can understandably put that down to a bot acting up or something. However, what I cannot accept in this particular case is the sheer amount of time that this ban was supposed to be for. Because again, bots don't get to make that decision. A human being made that decision, which is what makes this so suspicious. 24 minutes 35 seconds, Shondo states that she only received a formal email from Twitch notifying her of her ban about half an hour after she tweeted about it, despite a roughly 8-hour period elapsing between her ban and her tweeting about it. So again, Twitch had 8 hours to send her a formal email saying, you've been banned. Remember that in Just a Minx's case, she was actually warned in advance by her partner manager at Twitch, whereas in Shondo's case, she has received no such warning. Now, granted, Just a Minx does have 1.9 million followers on Twitch, and I don't think that Shondo has anywhere near that much. However, point remains, little bit of a weird inconsistency there, especially given the fact that Shondo definitely seems to be quite communicative with her partner manager. And when she asked her partner manager about why she didn't receive any sort of correspondence from Twitch until she tweeted about it, her partner manager said, quote, that it was because it was a weekend, which is, again, little odd. At 26 minutes 47 seconds, Shondo clarifies that her main issue that she had with Twitch was not to do with the fact that she had an enforcement decision brought against her, but the harshness of the penalty and the lack of communication from Twitch. And this is where she discloses that throughout the entire time, while her tweet was gaining traction, she was corresponding in private with Twitch, trying to provide additional context as to what happened during that VOD. She was trying to point out to Twitch staff that this was not a serious threat. This was just a joke, and she was trying to explain that she isn't actually, well, in a headspace where she would want to end her own life. And yet, constantly, throughout that entire conversation, Twitch staff kept shutting her down and telling her, or essentially dictating to her, that she was, in fact, in the mindset where she would be liable to take her own life. So, until her tweet gained traction, she was being stonewalled by Twitch in private. At 28 minutes 54 seconds, Shondo then reiterates that her prior experiences make it difficult for her to dismiss the possibility that there is some form of internal malice being involved. At around 29 minutes, 9 seconds, Shondo states that she had received prior confirmation from her partner manager that there does exist a second set of rules governing her conduct due to her using a lolly model. And this is the smoking gun, because immediately after that she states that Dan Clancy, when she asked him about this mysterious second set of rules, he said that there is no second rule set, but, quote, if the creator's VTuber model looks like a child, end quote, then said creator is automatically barred from doing sexual conduct. Elara, I'm sorry, but Twitch's 24/7, 365 days business. It's a weekend is pretty unacceptable. Oh yeah, I agree. That sounds like a pretty tenuous excuse at best, paper thin at most. So, again, this is finally some form of admission, some form of clarification from someone high up at Twitch that if you have a model that, quote, resembles a child, anything that is sexual content will automatically receive an enforcement action. However, this then brings into the question, what does Twitch deem sexual content? And that question, trying to answer that question, is a fucking mess, because Twitch has been struggling to come up with a specific, a clear, a consistent answer to that for years now. So you can start to see how, again, even if it's not necessarily malicious, VTubers in particular, or a specific subsect of VTubers, might be at an inherent systemic disadvantage on Twitch as a platform. This gets worse because Shondo then clarifies that her July ban was reportedly incurred due to simply having exposed feet on stream. Not in a sexual way, just having feet being shown on stream. Again, Twitch in their own sexual content guidelines does not state that showing feet or anything like that is deemed sexual. So she asked Dan Clancy, why was that struck for being sexual content? And to this, Dan Clancy has yet to reply. I think it's fair to assume that Shondo hasn't really been able to talk to anyone high up at Twitch since that point. And finally, at around 35 minutes, 24 seconds, Shondo confirms that the only reason she was able to have her ban reversed was because of public pressure. Yeah, Azahara, these clowns think that given her model Shondo is a child, yep, it really does look to be that way at this point. But again, thankfully, we now have verbal confirmation from the CEO of Twitch, no less, that that is actually the case. So we can put an end to that particular guessing game. Now, again, summary and recap of all the things that we've discussed up until this point. All of the things that we've learned about Twitch from what has happened to Shondo. First, ban durations can be inferred to be decided by members of Twitch's safety team, even if the initial ban decision was not. Again, to clarify what that means. The decision as to who gets a ban can be determined by either members of Twitch's safety team, user reports, or Twitch's automated system. However, again, the length of that penalty and what exactly that penalty is when it begins is more than likely a decision that is made specifically by a member of Twitch's safety team. Second, VTubers who use a lolly, and presumably therefore a Shota model, are barred from engaging in any form of sexual content due to Twitch's youth safety guidelines. 3. Showing feet can be deemed sexual content by Twitch's safety team, although this does seem to be up to individual discretion as to what they do and what they don't count as sexualized depictions of feet. 4. There exists no official separate rules list for VTubers or for VTubers with lolly/Shota models. This is problematic if true, because even though there is no second list, there still functionally is a different set of rules and guidelines for people using these models. The only problem is that those rules and guidelines are now decided according to individual discretion, not due to any particular, set rule list. 5. Partner managers are at least to some degree disconnected from the safety team and their decision-making process. Again, I don't know. Again, I'm assuming that what Clancy said to Shondo was honest and true. The fact that her partner manager would say that there is a second list of rules and Clancy would say there isn't would imply to me that the partner manager is surmising or assuming that there is a second set of rules in the exact same way as we are, purely based off of the inputs and outputs as to what Twitch has chosen to penalize. And finally, 6. Twitch's appeals process is largely an ineffective substitute for public pressure and scrutiny. And that last point is especially important, because when we consider what has been happening up until now with Shondo, if we consider what happened with Shondo as an isolated case, we could come to the conclusion that maybe somebody on Twitch's safety team especially dislikes Shondo. But that would have just been the end of it, because Shondo is just one creator at the end of the day. A beloved creator, but only one creator nonetheless. What would be more of a problem is if an entire group of content creators who share roughly the same content genre was discriminated against by Twitch as a whole. The only problem, the next day, on September 17th, 2024, we would receive at least a little bit of an implication that that might just be the case. On this particular day, Zentreya from VShojo would tweet out, in all the years I've been on Twitch, I've always played by the rules and knew where the lines were. I've never gotten a warning. I had basically the equivalent of a one-piece swimsuit for less than 5 minutes, far from screen. I think something is definitely going on. And to this, she attached a screenshot of an email from Twitch saying, content classification, sexual themes, your account has been issued with a warning. In the replies to her tweets, Zentreya would then elaborate, now, mind you, this isn't a ban, this is a warning, but if I show the swimsuit toggle for even a minute, I will most likely be banned. So it's a very weird situation. I was just standing there and talking about a normal topic far from screen. So, in dangerous waters at the moment. Also, I've had that one-piece outfit for 2+ years, as well as others for longer, and never received any warning or such for them. So this is out of nowhere, is why it's so strange to me, so I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. And this tweet, this would open the floodgates for a whole bunch of different other creators coming forward with theories, stories, anecdotes, and reports of something going on between Twitch and VTubers. Broadly speaking, the responses to this tweet can be separated into 2 categories. First, you had people coming forward with anecdotal observations that there seemed to be some sort of ramping up in terms of the way that Twitch is enforcing its guidelines with regards to VTubers. Now, again, I do want to clarify. Confirmation bias and all that. It might be the case that there is no internal, or I should say, it is possible that there is no individual member of Twitch's safety team that just hates VTubers, although, again, we'll get into later, that is a popular theory for a reason. You can make the argument that technically these rules have always been there, and so just because they're being enforced now doesn't mean that Twitch hates VTubers, except I would also counter with the, okay, even if all the rules were there beforehand, why, assuming that all of the enforcements are valid, why now? Why in this apparent wave? And why VTubers? Because Again, and I do want to clarify that just because it does seem to be happening in higher frequency with VTubers doesn't mean it's also not happening with other streamers. And in particular, VTubing as an industry does tend to be a little bit more insular, so it's understandable if it's, people don't look outside of VTubing to see if there are other precedents that have been set by Twitch beforehand. However, again, you can't really fault people for noticing that there is a pattern and then drawing conclusions based off of that. Even if you know in reality that there is no sort of internal bias, which I doubt, you still need to understand that if there are complaints from as many people as there have been, something is going wrong. It might not be your system per se, it might not be your enforcement, but something is going wrong. Whether it be the appeals process, whether it be the way you communicate, something. The second broad group are people now, were constituted of people now coming forward with conspiracy theories about why Twitch was now enforcing these policies on VTubers. Ilara, across the past 2 weeks, I've reported on 22 different VTubers receiving sexual themes content classification. Yep. Again, this does seem to be I definitely do think that there is some sort of thing going on here, but Azahara, thank you for being a member for 2 months. I think Pippa might be onto something with September. Oh yeah, for sure. I agree with that too. So again, to go into more detail, immediately after Zentrea's warning went public, you had a whole flood of other VTubers, indies especially, coming forward, indies, small corpos, etc., coming forward with reports that they had received bans, warnings, etc. as well. And especially for some of these, we'll be coming back to some of these later on in this stream, because in some of these cases, the reasons for enforcement seem to be tenuous at best. Second group, the conspiracy theories. Again, for reasons that we'll get into later, I think that these are closer to truth than they are to conspiracy. Again, to specify what Pippa was saying in her tweet, my conspiracy theory is that someone at Twitch hates VTubers and is trying to shut them down during one of the more lucrative months in the year, specifically September, a promotional event at Twitch where buying subs for your favorite creators come at a discounted rate. Now, as you can assume, this is quite lucrative because the number of subs that creators tend to get during this month swells enormously. And if you were to, let's say, ban a VTuber during this particular month, they would take a more sizable hit than in any other month. And therefore, when you looked at this wave of bans, when you looked at when it happened, specifically over the month of September, that is a highly suspicious coincidence. However, you also had other people reiterating assumptions about what is going on internally with Twitch's rules, regulations, and internal biases among their moderators. You had Bao coming in again by saying, Twitch trying to rob VTubers of payouts from one of the most lucrative months of the year is genuinely so blatant and shameful, again reaffirming what Pippa was theorizing about as well. You had Milky Ways coming in with, for the future streams, I will probably not be doing drunk streams, as I can see in the past couple of days about 3 of my mutuals were banned either indefinitely or for an insane amount of time. Again, this is Milky coming in with the quite reasonable assumption that drinking streams are not safe to do on Twitch. Although, in spite of the fact that in the past, Twitch has not been nearly as heavy-handed when it comes to penalizing people for being drunk, incapacitated, or drinking on stream. I don't know if Twitch recently changed their policy around being intoxicated and streaming, but I advise any other streamers to please think twice before doing any drunk streams, because it seems Twitch is not as lenient now as they were before. And again, it is perfectly fine to say as an observation that Twitch is more strict than they were before. Fine. However, the timing is a little suspicious. And then of course you had Fifi coming in with the, does Twitch hate VTubers? Now, this response in particular, we will come back to later on in the stream. But, for now, the main takeaway has been that there must be something going on internally at Twitch where VTubers are placed at some sort of disadvantage. Either, whether that be some sort of petty malice from a member of Twitch's safety team, or whether it be some sort of rules change that hasn't been disclosed to the public. Something is going wrong. However, the underlying assumption throughout all of this is that VTubers are being treated unfairly by Twitch. And, in my opinion, and as we'll go through, there is a lot of circumstantial evidence to point to that assumption being true. In fact, I would make the argument that there are inherent factors that make it so that, objectively, VTubers are at a disadvantage when streaming on Twitch. And when you're trying to categorize these factors, you can broadly separate them into, again, two different categories. Twitch-specific issues, meaning systemic issues that are intrinsic to the platform and its policies, and VTuber-specific issues, which means disadvantages that are intrinsic to VTubing as a medium and as a genre of content. And again, I'll get into what each of these means more specifically in a sec. But to start off with Twitch, one of the most well-known flaws when it comes to Twitch is the way that it handles its moderation, right? So to start off with, a few things that we know about Twitch's review and evaluation process. Now, again, I want to make this very clear. All I'm going off of here is the information that Twitch has made publicly available. In this particular case, referencing Twitch's biannual transparency reports, specifically the half-year 1, half-year 2 reports from 2023. There are two main things that we've been told about how Twitch goes about moderation. First, Twitch evaluates the effectiveness of its safety efforts according to the total number of enforcements issued. And if you want to see where I got that info from, it was from the H1 2023 Transparency Report. This is problematic for a number of reasons. For starters, if you assume that the best way to gauge the effectiveness of your moderation system is based on how many penalties it hands out, you have zero way of gauging the accuracy or effectively gauging the accuracy of your systems, of your auto moderation, of your user reporting system, of your safety team. This is not a good statistic to use to try and evaluate the effectiveness of your safety efforts. So is this datafication? Yes, exactly. So again, to clarify, to remind you guys, datafication, the conversion of real-life phenomenon or things, experiences, stories, whatever, into data. And again, the problem is, when you go through that process, there is always going to be at least some degree of lost context. And in this particular case, you can kind of blatantly see how there is lost context here. Second thing that we know from these reports, all reports are reviewed by Twitch's safety team before enforcements are issued. And I cited the H2 2023 Transparency Report. Again, this is important because now we have confirmation from Twitch themselves that every single enforcement action goes through Twitch's safety team. An alleged human being is the one deciding whether those enforcement actions go through and what those enforcement actions are. So, again, Shondo's 30-day ban, it's confirmed that it was decided on by a member of Twitch's moderation staff, presumably their safety team. Next thing, if you go to Twitch's Safety at Twitch webpage, there is a section under Review and Enforcement where they state that in some cases, when they're reviewing appeals for offensive content, that sometimes the reviewer, well, in the interest of protecting the reviewer from harmful content, sometimes the system automatically shows footage either in black and white and or muted. Now, they don't go into any more detail as to how the system automatically decides what constitutes potentially harmful or potentially fine. But again, you can probably see why it might be a little bit of an issue where a reviewer is asked to review footage from a stream that was worthy of a warning and or ban, and the footage they're reviewing has been muted and or put into black and white automatically, with no input from themselves. Especially in the cases where the footage involves audible or some sort of audible indication that a rule has been broken. This, again, we have no information as to how that interacts with this particular system. So we're pretty much just left to assume for ourselves. So not great, to say the least. However, all that being said, Twitch's transparency reports, again, going off of the statistics given in Twitch's most recent transparency report, so this was released back in May of this year, the H2 2023 transparency report, based off of what Twitch has said, based off the internal data, the statistics they've created and collected, Twitch is able to, statistically at least, indicate that their systems are supposedly working fine. So, according to this report, the total number of reports for that half of the year, and this is the total number across both user reports and machine detections, numbered 11,870,726. The total number of enforcements was 8,861,263. And when you put all that together, you get a report accuracy of roughly around 75%. Not stellar, but not awful either. However, when you start going into the total number of enforcements and then seeing how many incoming appeals there are compared to the number of total accepted appeals, of the 8,861,263 enforcement actions, there were a total of 98,623 incoming appeals, of which only 7,650 were accepted. So when you put all of that into percentages, you get a percentage of the percentage of enforcement actions that go unappealed, presumably enforcement actions that were justified, numbers at around 99%, which is pretty good. And the appeal success rate, by contrast, is only around 8%. If you assume that those are the only appeals that are actually worth accepting, then that rounds out to be about, a pretty accurate, pretty accurate system if all you're going off of is just the data without any additional context. The problem is, when looking into this, I was given two different sources of data. One, quantitative, coming directly from Twitch themselves, and two, qualitative, anecdotal reports from various creators that this was not a very accurate system. And I was faced with a little bit of a dilemma. On one hand, the data tells me that Twitch's system is working fine. On the other, the anecdote tells me that Twitch's system is kind of fucked. And for people who were there for the last stream that I did talking about, I believe it was diversity in gaming, there was a quote from Jeff Bezos that I referenced in that particular stream that I want to bring up again here. And that quote, as uttered by him on a podcast that he did with a creator by the name of Lex Friedman, was, "When the data and the anecdotes disagree, the anecdotes are usually right." And again, to reiterate, what he meant when he said this was basically that if your anecdotes contradict your data, it probably means that, well, your data is measuring the wrong things. That, and also that data is no substitute for real lived experience. And in this particular in the case of this particular issue, real lived experience, according to multiple different creators of varying sizes, all converges upon the same thing. Something is going wrong with Twitch's internal systems. So, when you are faced with this disparity between data and anecdotes, the approach is pretty simple. I started chasing down the anecdotes. I'm going to start off with what I talked about the last time I covered Twitch's moderation system, and that is the apparent favoritism that is built into the site. So again, for those who haven't seen this particular stream, this was basically something that I did way back in, I believe it was June, where I basically talked about how at that point in time there was a wave of enforcements coming in directed at VTubers over Twitch's changes to its attire policy, or the attire subsect of its sexual content policy. Sorry, give me a second to hydrate. I can feel my voice dying. Oh, okay. To sum up the basis of what I was talking about in that particular stream, the TLDR, two main points. One, Twitch is shaping its sexual content policies to accommodate streamers, a specific group of streamers, who have no interest in complying with them. And you can understand why that starts to create problems down the line when this is who you are shaping your policies around. Two, despite an extensive history of reoffending, camgirl streamers appear to receive softer penalties than VTubers who receive one-off enforcement actions for the same reasons. And again, to recap what I did, I looked at the top 6 most watched streamers, most watched camgirl streamers, I'm just going to call them that, of that month. And I looked through their history from 2022 onwards to see how many bans they'd received. And for each of them, well, most of them, the overwhelming majority of them, received 5 bans or more over the course of the last 2 years. However, when boiling down the average of their ban duration, they only averaged to around 1 day. Funnily enough, when I tried to replicate this way of looking at things for VTubers, the most watched VTubers of that year, I had a lot of trouble because, funnily enough, VTubers as a whole tend to be very rule-compliant creators. I had to expand this. I had to go into just chatting as a category, and instead of looking at just the top 6, which I pulled out of the top 5 or top 10 in each respective list, I had to go to the top 20 to just get enough results to be worth putting into a graph. So again, despite the fact that these were people who had pretty much 0 rate of reoffense within 6 months of receiving their last penalty, in stark contrast to the previous group of people, VTubers averaged way higher bans when they did receive the occasional enforcement action. And when I condensed all of these bans down into the form of a graph, you can kind of see this weird pattern going on with camgirl streamers where the bans would come in waves, where you would crest and fall in accordance to changes in Twitch's content policies. Whereas, if you looked at VTubers and the patterns in which they were banned, there was pretty much no discernible pattern. The only slight pattern was that you had more bans cropping up after a policy change, rather than preceding a policy change. But again, there wasn't really any unifying factor. Again, to sum up the statistics as I got them, average duration of first ban for camgirl streamers was just a day, whereas their likelihood of reoffense within 6 months of their last ban was around 92%. This is why, statistically speaking, you can prove that these are streamers that are not interested in complying with your platform's guidelines. And again, I call them camgirl streamers because, well, let's not fool ourselves about what their content is. By contrast, when I looked at VTubers, the average duration of their first ban was 3 days. That's triple that of the camgirl streamers. And instead, this is a huge difference between VTubers and camgirl streamers, because again, the likelihood of reoffense within 6 months of the last ban, at least among the top 20 most watched VTubers, is 0%. There is no reoffense within 6 months of the prior one. And from that, my only possible conclusion could be this is a group of creators who are genuinely interested in trying to comply with the rules of the platform. Omen, thank you for the 10. I feel like it should be pointed out, before VTubers ever blew on Twitch, the camgirls got away with murder. It was males getting blasted unfairly for rule breaking. This is just new targets. Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that. So, the thing is, and I do want to point this out as a limitation to this particular quote unquote study, right? It doesn't really work as a statistical study, purely because of how limited the sample size is, and purely because I only studied I only looked at the most watched streamers in a particular month. However, the reason why I bring it up regardless is because these are the most watched streamers. meaning that these are the ones that have the highest degree of visibility. When you're trying to look for a reason as to why people would say that they are being treated unfairly, you have to look at the most visible public figures that represent those groups of people. And in this particular case, you could see among the representatives of each respective group, camgirl streamers versus VTubers, that there is, among the highest, most visible creators, there is a very visible disparity. And as a result, you can't really blame people for taking away the fact that there is an uneven enforcement of Twitch's sexual content policies. There does seem to be this imbalance where VTubers, despite being more compliant with the rules, are penalized more harshly. And as a result of that conclusion, you would then reasonably assume that Twitch is favoring these creators above these ones, that camgirl streamers are privileged by Twitch's moderation team, Twitch's safety team, quote-unquote safety team, more than VTubers are. This problem only gets worse when you start looking at the inherent flaws in Twitch's, even in the way that Twitch makes its rules. For example, its sexual content policy. And again, I'm focusing on the sexual content policy because that is the part of Twitch's policies that I've had the most experience looking at. And this is what I looked at in the previous stream as well. And this stream is intended to be a follow-up to that. So if you look at the way that the sexual content policy is worded, to ensure content on Twitch is appropriate for diverse audiences, certain sexual content is prohibited, regardless of the medium used to create it, digital or non-digital. Users are prohibited from broadcasting, uploading, soliciting, promoting, offering, and linking to pornographic content. For example, you may not show, offer, or promote explicit, simulated, fictional, or implied sex or masturbation. This includes oral, anal, vaginal sex, touching of genitals in self or mutual masturbation, or prolonged audio that implies sex/masturbation/orgasm. Adult nudity without implied or real sex acts is subject to our adult nudity policies. You cannot display sexual bodily fluids. You cannot advertise or solicit sexual services, including prostitution, escorts, sexual massages, or filmed sexual activity. Content that focuses on clothed intimate body parts such as buttocks, groin, or breasts for extended periods of time are disallowed as well. Consensual sexual violence such as flogging or whipping is also disallowed. And finally, graphic descriptions of sexual acts such as phone sex or erotica, as well as display of sex toys in a non-educational context, such as bragging about the size of a dildo, are both prohibited. However, again, the problem comes with the last sentence in that particular paragraph. The foregoing list is not exhaustive, and Twitch reserves the right to remove content that it deems to be inappropriate. That last sentence effectively means, it's up to our discretion as to what we regard as sexual content. Which means that the rules are only supposed to take you so far in terms of understanding how things work. And the problem with this being up to the individual discretion of Twitch's safety team is that I think there's something very wrong with Twitch's safety team. Because if you look at the kind of, for example, simply, a few of the emotes that have been removed by Twitch's safety team, citing Twitch's sexual content policy. Well, a few key examples. In August of 2023, Pirate Software, if you don't know who he is, he's the, game dev guy, ex-Blizzard employee, who also, he also owns a ferret sanctuary, which I thoroughly recommend tuning into. It's great. It's a great serotonin hit if you just need something that isn't something to get away from all the garbage that's going on in the world. But anyways, he had an emote removed by Twitch for sexual content violations, and it was simply an emote that depicted a ferret wagging its butt and tail. There was no butthole, there was nothing else. It was just a ferret wagging its butt and tail. And for some reason, Twitch deemed that to be worthy of a sexual content violation. Again, we've already talked about how Shondo got her emote removed, despite the fact that she was just sitting fully clothed on top of what looks like a closed toilet bowl. And then we recently had another example of an emote by Melissa Belladonna, who's currently going through an unkept subathon, I believe, or was at that point in time, where she had an emote removed that was simply a lick emote, a chibi-fied version of her model that had a tongue sticking out. And that was pretty much it. So, again, nothing is safe. And if you assume that Twitch's safety team finds all of these examples sexual, I can only assume that they have some real fucked up Freud heads in that particular team. Some psychologist's nightmare is dwelling in the depths of Twitch's safety team for all of these to be regarded as sexual content. But anyways, to go on even further, this is no better when you look at the other side of Twitch's sexual content policies, which is the sexual content, sexual themes classification guides. So, for example, to clarify what a classification tag is, Twitch has a system, or they introduced a system after they realized that naked cam girls were making their way onto the front page of Twitch. They decided to implement a system where you could assign a content classification tag to your stream, and in the case that you assigned sexual themes as a content tag, your stream would be pretty much throttled in terms of discoverability. There would be no way it would show up on the front page of Twitch, and, well, if you had any other form of promotional event going on where you were supposed to be showcased, you would probably be pushed towards the bottom of the page for that particular showcase. So, when Twitch is specifying what constitutes content that requires a sexual themes label, you start to see a recurring problem in terms of vagueness. So, according to Twitch's webpage, while Twitch prohibits nudity, inappropriate attire, pornography, and certain sexual content, streamers are required to apply a content classification label to certain streams that contain sexual themes, listed below. We also require that streamers label their stream if the content or behavior is very likely to elicit a more mature chat conversation. Streamers must label their stream if they solicit the content below for money, services, or items of value, including cheering, bits, donations, or in-game items. Examples of content that require a classification label include, but are not limited to, Junie Smoothie, ferrets are too sexual now, guess I'm cooked. Yeah, be careful about acting up too much on Twitter. Maybe some Twitch safety troglodyte ends up going on there and deciding your channel is worthy of termination. But anyways, to elaborate, examples of content that requires a sexual content label include body writing or body art on buttocks or breasts of female presenting person, including painting on a breastplate on your chest during a superhero body art stream, prolonged or repeated kissing of another individual or object, including kissing or licking a microphone. Kissing a significant other for a prolonged period of time on stream has been given as an example. So too has continuously licking a microphone for the duration of the stream. I wonder where they got those examples from. Also, striptease or other erotic dances that involve actual disrobing or disrobing gestures. Wearing or displaying BDSM-associated attire, for example, harnesses, blindfolds, collars, or paraphernalia, for example, whips, displayed or worn without engaging in sexual activity. Wearing a ball gag on your neck while doing a Just Chatting stream has been given as an example of this. On top of that, they also list display of sex toys in an educational context. For example, demonstration of how to use contraceptives that make use of sex toys or phallic objects. So, if you want to demonstrate how to put on a condom using a banana, you still need to label your stream as sexual themes. This is where we get into the real meat and potatoes of the problem. The next thing that this particular webpage lists as a, well, genre of content that requires the label is non-educational discussions of sexual topics or experiences. The first example they list include non-graphic conversations related to sexual activities, preferences, and fetishes, but the next one, commentary that centers around sexual jokes or innuendos, including brief instances of sexual noises. So, in case you're wondering what exactly that means, innuendos can accompany anything, pretty much anything, that can be interpreted as a sex joke. Are you talking about peaches? Well, since peaches are often used as a euphemism for the butt, you can assume that that is an innuendo. If you make a joke about someone, if you make a joke about cake, for example, since that also refers to the butt, you can say that that is an innuendo. If you're talking about cherries, well, this is turning out to be like very food related, but if you make a joke about cherries, that can also be interpreted as an innuendo. So you can start to see why that particular line in this particular part of Twitch's sexual themes content policy is so problematic. And you also have, on top of that, brief instances of sexual noises. What the fuck is a sexual noise? If you just lick, if you have a mouth noise, like for example your tongue accidentally slapping against the bottom of your bottom lip, if you have any sort of slurping sound or coughing sound because you choked on your own saliva or something you were drinking, does that count as a sexual noise? Technically, you could make the argument that it is, but at the same time, because of the way that this policy is worded, you have pretty much no safety. Yeah, exactly. Moaning, pretty much, right? Sinful lad, your average bow with his average pipe. I'm honestly surprised that Bo hasn't been so. Again, those who don't know who Average Bo is, I recommend checking him out. He's a pretty cool small streamer. But yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't been hit with this, with how many times he's brought up his pipes in on a Twitch stream. But yeah, again, breeds heavily banned. Exactly, right? If you have any sort of sound that involves using your mouth, that involves any implication of the mere presence of saliva, technically, if someone is schizophrenic enough to report that, and they write it in a way that makes it sound convincing enough, you could technically be banned for that. Because it is a quote-unquote sexual noise. But anyways, to go on, the other two things that this policy lists are directly encouraging or eliciting conversations in chat that would qualify as containing sexual themes as listed above, asking users in chat to describe their first sexual encounter, and or watching or displaying third-party content that falls under sexual themes as listed above. So, again, if you have you could make the argument that if you have a certain voice that leans towards, if you're reading something out in a more erotic fashion, technically that could be viewed as sexual in nature. It could be viewed as a sexual noise. So again, chat, is it sexual to breathe? Exactly. That's the problem. These policies are worded in a way that is so vague that you have no idea what constitutes an innuendo or a sexual noise. And to give you an example, a relatively recent example of just how absurd listing innuendos is in this part of the policy. Just over a week ago, Eugene Park, for those who don't know, otherwise known as Po Belter, a famous professional League of Legends player, was banned off of Twitch because he said, quote, "I was playing Rise and split pushing and I said, Hawk Tua split on that lane. Now I'm permanently banned from Twitch 5 minutes later. Hawk Tua ruined my life." This man said the words Hawk Tua and Twitch instantly banned him because technically Hawk Tua is an innuendo. It is a sexual noise. Now, thankfully, after making this tweet, it got enough traction, 165k views, to the point where Twitch understood, given the fact that he was a professional League player as well, he had enough pull in that regard, that it was probably a bad idea to keep him banned. So not even a full hour later, 58 minutes, 16 seconds, Poe Belter was unbanned. He said, "I'm free. Thank you to everyone who supported me through these trying times. I will never say Hawk Tua again." So no one is safe from this. And I think this is a pretty perfect example of how idiotic that particular part of the policy is. To go on, though, on top of having awfully written policies that are only good in theory, you also have the fact that Twitch is not a perfect system. Sometimes, simply because there is an error or something, it will just break. And we've been given an example of that just over half a week ago, on the 24th of September, when a whole wave of creators, both VTubers and non-VTuber streamers, were hit with an alleged were hit with a terms of service violation for soliciting or receiving or purchasing bits or subscriptions using stolen payment information, or botted accounts. So again, this was pretty obviously an error by Twitch. And in this particular case, Lydia Nekazawa was able to create a thread on Twitter compiling all of the different people that have been affected by this particular bug. However, the problem is, in these cases where Twitch's system simply breaks, if you are the streamer who has been penalized, you don't really have any good way of redressing the situation, because you would have people in the replies to Lydia's tweet specifying how they had tried to appeal this enforcement decision. However, their appeal was pretty much instantly denied, sometimes within the span of 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That's how long it took the allegedly human member of Twitch's safety team to look at this whole wave of bans for the same reason and instantly conclude that all of them must be false. So again, there is no way of appealing these decisions internally. You pretty much have to just go onto Twitter and hope that you can get enough public backlash to convince Twitch to take an actual human re-examination of what they did. A2, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Twitch, our bans are always right. Eugene, ? Yep, pretty much. It's so... What makes this even more frustrating is that this isn't even the first time that this exact error has happened with Twitch, because 6 years ago, or 5 years ago, in 2019, the exact same thing happened to a whole bunch of different streamers. As recorded in this article by TNW, Twitch bans then unbanned streamer after accusing him of fraud. A streamer by the name of Craig Williams was pretty much just accused and had his appeal instantly denied by Twitch when they accused him of fraudulently receiving subs. And oddly enough, the person who was responding to his appeal gave him attitude as well, saying that his chat moved too slowly for them to consider that these were organically obtained subs. So again, the only way that his ban was reversed was because a news article was written about this particular enforcement action. And again, even a year before that, 6 years ago, the same thing was happening as well. This is an issue that Twitch has not fixed, or at the very least is recurring even after they fixed it. A streamer by the name of Shugi was also banned off of Twitch for, you guessed it, receiving fraudulently obtained bits or subs. And Dexerto wrote an article about it as well. Twitch streamer banned after being gifted subs with an allegedly stolen credit card. Now, again, just off the top of my head, I have no idea why the streamers are being penalized instead of the viewer using the stolen payment information, but I'm going to assume that it's just some sort of internal, some sort of cooked decision that Twitch has made internally and just hasn't saw fit to adjust since. But in any case, again, Shugi tried to appeal it. Her appeal was denied. However, after this news article came out within the same day, Shugi was mysteriously reinstated. And again, this really hammers home the point that the only real way to get any sort of redress, any sort of correction by Twitch was pretty much just through public backlash, through public scrutiny, through public outrage. All of these instances throughout all of these years for all of these different offenses, Shondo, Pobelter, Shugi, Lydia, all of these are examples that reaffirm time and time again the same message. Twitch's appeal system, its internal appeal system, is a fucking joke. The only way you could ever hope to get a decision appealed, reviewed properly, is by going on to, is by seeking public scrutiny. And so, this brings us to another issue facing VTubers on Twitch. Because again, you need some sort of, the only thing that Twitch will respond to at this point, and it's been proven time and time again, is public scrutiny, public backlash, some sort of public spectacle. The problem is, for want of a better way of putting it, not everyone is equally goated with the sauce. Not everyone has access to the same amount of clout that they can swing around in order to gather public attention when they've been wrongfully penalized by Twitch. And this is where, in theory at least, it would be very helpful if a group of creators who individually don't have enough clout, attention to create this sort of public backlash had a bunch of representatives who could do that for them. And this is where we run into a bit of an issue. What we've come to realize is, specific to Twitch's ambassador Twitch's ambassador program. At the time that all of this was flying around, at the time that all of these different anecdotal reports that VTubers were being penalized left and right unfairly by Twitch for pretty tenuous reasons, at the time that all of this was going down, people started to realize that even though we had, in theory, Twitch ambassadors, Twitch VTuber ambassadors, that none of them were really saying anything. In particular, there was an account by the name of Yapichu, the old account of Niaru, and I believe an indie VTuber, who posted the following tweets. Twitch better not pull a, quote, actually, we have a few VTubers as Twitch ambassadors, end quote, card as part of their response, smiley face. What sucks even more is the VTuber ambassadors are really quiet during all this. I want to believe they're fighting for us and using their positions to call out Twitch internally before they publicly speak out, but I can't trust right now either. I hope we hear something soon. And this set me down a little bit of a rabbit hole, because I wanted to look at, I was aware that there were some Twitch ambassadors that were VTubers, but I didn't really know who they were. So I went onto Twitter and I searched up, Twitch ambassador VTuber, and I found 4 accounts that had, more than 4, but we'll get to the 5th one later. 4 accounts that listed that they were both VTubers and that they were Twitch ambassadors. Spoofy, I hope I'm saying that right, maybe Spoofy, Takahata, Ugubear, Miss Lala. Now, when I looked through their timelines, when I looked through their replies, when I went to try and find some sort of involvement, not even a statement, involvement in this entire controversy, you'll see. Of them, to their credit, 3 out of these 4 did make some sort of direct comment about it, direct or indirect comment regarding this particular controversy. One of them was Takahata, who specifically quote-tweeted Zentreya's post by saying, "Wild stuff, Twitch. Wild stuff. SMH." And that was it. However, the one that I want to focus on is Ugu Bear, who ended up replying to Yappy Chew's tweet and also quote tweeting it later. Now, again, I want to reiterate, this is not intended to be a personal attack. However, it is supposed to be a critique of the way in which she responded to the sentiments expressed in this particular, in this tweet by Nyaru. So, in reply to that tweet that we read aloud just then, Ugu Bear states, "What do you want us to address exactly? We don't have sway, say, or details over bans or how they are handled internally. I think there's a misunderstanding of the reach we have. We represent and voice our opinions, but we don't handle policies." Now, right off the bat, what do you want us to address exactly is probably not a great way of responding to a community member that hasn't even addressed you specifically with regards to a simple expression of confusion as to what the the supposed ambassadors are doing for other people who share their particular content genre on Twitch. So again, it comes off really passive-aggressive, needlessly so, and it's not a great way of, well, advocating for that group of people. And then Ugu Bear would go on to quote tweet this and elaborate further. "Hi, Twitch ambassador here. We don't have say, sway, or receive info in regards to moderation and bans. We serve as bridges between the communities we serve and Twitch staff. But this by no means means, I thought I had a stroke there, means we have power or influence over policies and administration." Woman standing emoji. "We have our opinions, which we share openly, but we do not hold more influence than anyone else. We advocate, but we do it respectfully, and can only hope that it affects change. Please understand from our shoes that we do not yield the power you assume we do." Now, there are many reasons why this is a particularly concerning response from an ambassador. Many reasons why this is, there's a lot left desired, a lot to be desired from this particular response to Nyaru's tweet. However, we'll get to that in a second. More importantly, this response immediately drew a reply from Nyaru, who said, quote, "If you serve as a bridge between communities, the community is seeing a potential issue with bias and targeting. This has never been about final decisions made by moderation or staff and your influence in decisions. It's disingenuous to claim that is what we want." And again, that's a very fair point, because the main concern being expressed is not, how much influence do ambassadors have over enforcement decisions? No, it was simply, I hope that ambassadors are talking to Twitch behind the scenes about this wave of bans among VTubers. It is a pretty concerning thing. It would be helpful to have some sort of advocate on the inside. And that's all that Nyaru said. Then Nyaru continued to say, "If an ambassador sees the community raising a concern of a potential issue, and it's the responsibility of an ambassador to communicate community issues, what's the point of ambassadors now? I genuinely want to understand what ambassadors can do to help the community. Right now, it's very confusing and not clear. Again, their job, according to Ugu Bear, is to serve as a bridge between Twitch and the community. And yet, that bridge, that representative, that ambassador, or the ambassadors as a whole, have been pretty quiet. So, Nyaru asks a pretty valid question. What is the point of a Twitch ambassador? What do Twitch ambassadors actually do? Well, if you go to Twitch's webpage about their ambassador program, they have this following description. Twitch ambassadors positively contribute to the Twitch community, from being role models for their community, to establishing new content genres, to having inspirational stories that empower those around them. These creators embody what it means to #bleed purple. Let me summarize what that means. Ambassadors are effectively mascots. They are supposed to be symbols of positivity. They are, in and of themselves, a message from Twitch to other members of the community that share a similar content genre or niche that they could succeed on the platform as well. And at the end of the day, that is all they really are. A mascot. And when you think about Twitch ambassadors that way, expecting a Twitch ambassador to take Twitch to task for a bad enforcement decision or an unfair policy is a bit like expecting Ronald McDonald to formally complain to the company that the ice cream machine isn't working. Best case scenario, Ronald is getting laughed out of the office. Worst case scenario, Ronaldo McDonaldo is getting replaced. So, as a result, we come to a little bit of a problem here, where the Twitch ambassadors, when you really boil down what they do to the base role prescribed to them by Twitch, is not really that impactful. Again, like I said, they are just a mascot, a symbol of positivity. However, that being said, it's not impossible to have a VTuber representative. Or at least in theory, a VTuber representative would be, okay, while it may be appealing, while the idea of a quote-unquote VTuber ambassador might be appealing, there is a pretty glaring problem with that concept. And it is a problem that I have talked about before on stream. See, to have a representative, you need something to represent. Ideally, you would have a distinct person, a distinct group of people. In other words, a community. And that's where we run into a bit of a problem that is unique, or sorry, I shouldn't say unique, but specific, intrinsic to VTubing. Because the VTuber community does not exist. This is something I've said many times before. This is something I will probably say many times after today. But the point still stands. VTubing is not a community. There doesn't exist a single unified community for VTubing. VTubing is an industry. VTubing is an industry populated by creators who occupy a whole variety of different niches, content genres, areas of interest, personality types, personas, etc. And the only thing that connects all of them is the fact that they use the same technology. Anyone can become a VTuber. All you need are a few $100 hours or a few $1,000, and hey presto, you got a VTuber model on your hands. So again, as a result, this is not an environment where you can expect these creators to be, well, I suppose, cohesive enough to unite under one banner. This is why it's so difficult to get a representative for VTubers. JV Robogato, thank you for the 125 pesos. Aren't ambassadors supposed to act like monarchs or foreign ministers of the communities? Yeah, pretty much. Except I don't know if that's what our current ambassadors are doing based on the response. So, to elaborate on why the VTuber community does not exist, the things that are inherent to VTubing as a medium that make it impossible for well, not impossible, but very difficult for a community to exist. Is because, well, it starts with a few things. First, when you look at what actually constitutes a VTuber, you can broadly separate it into two components, right? First, you have the person or creator that pilots the model, that speaks into the microphone, that, whose personality or persona is the product being sold, right? Then you have the actual virtual model or persona, and when you combine those two, you get yourself a VTuber. However, the problem is, between these two components, which one is more visible? And the answer is always the virtual model or persona. When you're looking at which of these two components actually defines whether someone is a VTuber as opposed to being a YouTuber or a streamer, it is this, the technology. In other words, the technology is the defining trait of a VTuber. A VTuber is defined by the use of a specific medium. Now, there is a problem, because this is a medium that is not this medium is not a person per se. There is a person piloting that medium, but the medium itself is not a person. So here's where you get into two traits that VTubing possesses as an industry that end up sometimes becoming disadvantages. The first is that technology overshadows the user in terms of visibility. Now, what this means is that VTubers are not recognized as a class of people. This is something that Legal Mindset talked about on his stream about this topic as well, about Shondo's ban as well. And it was raised, I believe it was brought to his attention by one of his mods, Professional Gentleman. So, essentially, what Professional Gentleman said was that because of the fact that VTubers are not recognized as a group of people, that they are seen more as simply creators in general who use a shared technology, or who share the use of a single technology, there is no such thing as they are not recognized as a class of people that can be protected by discrimination laws. As a result, if you have any sort of bias, any sort of discrimination against someone just because they're a VTuber, it's not technically classed as discrimination. It's not legally enforceable. And as a result, VTubers are inherently more vulnerable to this kind of systemic discrimination that you see happening on these platforms. Chris, thank you for the 20. The only really effective advocate for VTubers on Twitch at the moment seems to be the Gun Run. He does not seem to be interested in representing for the whole industry for obvious reasons. Exactly. The second problem is that VTubing is not necessarily problem, but trait that is intrinsic to VTubing as a medium, is that VTubing is a universal medium. Again, VTubing is not restricted to any one country, language, people, or culture. It is universal. Anybody, regardless of where you come from, what your creed is, what you speak, can become a VTuber. Now, on one hand, this is a good thing, because obviously this means that you have a mode of entertainment that as many people can contribute to as possible, and as many people can enjoy as possible. However, what that also means is because VTubing is so accessible, so universal as a medium, it doesn't have a central unifying subculture or community. Now, again, like I said before, creators are not unified by having a shared community. Rather, what happens instead is that you have an industry populated by creators who each individually have their own distinct communities. Now, sometimes these creators and these communities may pool together. They may crossbreed a little bit because, well, maybe their creators occupy the same friendship group or the same content group. However, at the same time, that doesn't mean that these communities are interchangeable with one another. They are similar, not the same. And as a result, this is where you get into a bit of an issue with what exactly it means to be a VTuber Twitch ambassador, because essentially there are two different ways you can interpret this term. One, a Twitch ambassador that advocates for VTubers, and two, Twitch ambassadors that happen to be a VTuber. And the problem is, due to all the factors that I talked about just then, VTuber Twitch ambassadors are more the latter. They are Twitch ambassadors that happen to be VTubers, not necessarily Twitch ambassadors that advocate for VTubers. And this is where we also get into the issue of representation, because again, if your platform only responds to public critique, it makes sense that representation is going to be an important factor in whether your particular complaint gets heard. However, again, like I said before, there are two different definitions to representation. One, to publicly advocate for something or someone, and two, to portray something or someone in a certain light. And again, VTuber Twitch ambassadors, as they currently exist, lean more towards the latter. Sinful Lad, thank you for the gifted membership. Carlos, I hope you enjoy that. So, again, because of the fact that Twitch ambassadors are designed to function as a symbol, as a mascot, they are essentially their only role, as it stands right now, is to portray VTubers to portray VTubers on Twitch in a specific light. And as to what that specific light is, what that specific representation looks like, well, we can look to this retweet. So around the time that this controversy was happening, Miss Lala would not really comment on it directly, but she would retweet a message from somebody else by the name of Megas Arts. To quote, "The ambassador program for Twitch has an interesting scope. Ambassadors are not picked, to just immediately yell at Twitch on every wrong decision they make. They're supposed to be positive pillars of the community at a bare minimum, which most fill that role." And here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. So, for those of you who've tuned into previous streams of mine where I've talked about things like signifiers or symbols or essentially these, the practice of turning people into symbols that have associated meanings that you want yourself, here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. Because again, like I said, because Twitch ambassadors are effectively mascots, there are a specific set of mental associations that they are supposed to embody. So, some of the associations that Twitch ambassadors, or at this point I might as well just start calling them VTuber mascots, are supposed to represent are the idea that Twitch is welcoming, that it can be a rewarding career, regardless of who you are, that you can have success, community, that you can be inspiring, that Twitch is inclusive, that it has positivity. In other words, that this is a platform that is safe for you, that you can succeed on. And on paper, at least, that's fine, right? On paper, these are all mental associations that you would want if you are a representative of Twitch. These are all associations that Twitch would want creators to have attached to them. The only problem is the current situation is pretty much diametrically opposed to all of these connotations. Because when you look at the mental associations that people are drawing in response to these events, you have discrimination, pettiness, malice, contempt, lack of transparency, an unsupportive platform and environment, and blatant favoritism. Again, all of these mental associations are pretty much the exact opposite of what Twitch wants its ambassadors to have. And as a result, should these ambassadors engage with these issues, they pretty much cancel out their reason for existing, which is to to act as a mascot. Now, the problem is, when you have this kind of environment, when you dictate this kind of role, what that means is that these VTuber mascots, in the best of times, in good times, they function as symbols of, like was said prior, positivity, right? The idea that you can achieve something great if you stay on this platform. However, at the worst of times, they are decorative at best and disconnected at worst. And speaking of disconnection, I want to be more specific in terms of why Ugu Bear's response to Nyaru was so, well, why it could be so much better. When you're trying to address an audience, when you're trying to communicate with an audience base or a demographic or whatever, when you have a specific message you want them to absorb, when you're trying to establish a dialogue with them, it is very, very important that you identify all of the things that they are saying, both explicit and implicit. Now, again, in this particular case, when Nyaru said, "What sucks even more is that VTuber ambassadors are really quiet during all this. I want to believe that they're fighting for us and using their positions to call out Twitch internally before they publicly speak out, but I can't trust right now either. I hope we hear something soon." There are multiple layers to what Nyaru is saying, even if she didn't intend it that way and even if she didn't explicitly say so. Specifically, you can break this statement up into three components. One, an observation that Nyaru is making. One, that VTuber ambassadors have been oddly quiet during this entire controversy. That is then followed by an implicit question. Are Twitch ambassadors using their positions to convey criticisms from their communities internally? And finally, there is an underlying assumption. VTuber ambassadors wield some degree of influence as go-betweens between their communities and Twitch. And here's the thing. In order to create an effective response to this statement, you need to be able to address all three of these components. If you leave one unanswered, it's more likely to be viewed as an unsatisfactory response. And when you look at Ugu Bear's response, well, again, a few problems. The specific tweet that I'm going to be referencing is Ugu Bear saying the following. "We have our opinions, which we share openly, but we do not hold more influence than anyone else. We advocate, but we do it respectfully and can only hope that it affects change. Please understand from our shoes that we do not yield the power you assume we do." Now,
right off the bat, it fails at addressing the observation that Nyaru made that, the ambassadors are being oddly quiet. Because while she says we have our opinions which we share openly, the whole reason why Nyaru tweeted that in the first place was because there was no open public statements or conversations being had among Twitch ambassadors about this entire controversy. So immediately this comes off as disingenuous. Then, the question, are Twitch ambassadors using their positions to convey criticisms from their community or communities internally? Now, this is something that Ugubear does address. She says, we advocate, but we do it respectfully and can only hope it affects change. However, the fact that she addresses this is also cheapened by the fact that she starts off the statement saying, we have our opinions which we share openly, despite the fact that, again, the whole reason why we're having this conversation is because there hasn't really been much open discussion among the ambassadors. So again, it is a response that addresses it directly, but comes off disingenuous because of the context that precedes it. And then finally, the assumption that VTuber ambassadors wield some degree of influence as go-betweens between their community. Now, this is something that Ugubear, again, explicitly addresses, right? She says, please understand from our shoes that we do not yield the power we assume we do. However, the reason why I'm critical of this particular response to that assumption is because it doesn't really, it simply serves to dismiss the assumption, and it comes off as more an attempt to absolve the self of responsibility than a genuine attempt to assuage the doubts and concerns of a community member. And the reason why it comes off that way, and this is important for all of you to keep in mind if you ever plan to, if you value the idea of addressing wrongful assumptions or anything like that. This is going to be useful regardless of which job you work at, what area of life you're using this principle in. But when you're addressing someone's assumptions, you never just want to address the assumption on its face and then leave it alone. Because what often ends up happening is, in this particular case, especially if the assumption is around the idea that you hold a particular amount of influence or responsibility, if you simply dismiss the assumption without addressing the underlying source of the assumption, it comes off as if you are simply absolving yourself of responsibility and washing your hands of the matter. It does not show that you have an interest in engaging with the person whose assumption you're addressing, and that is the problem. Because in this particular case, Ugubear, while she has directly addressed the assumption, she has not addressed the underlying source of that assumption. And again, it is pretty important to ask, why are people so convinced that ambassadors actually have, specifically VTuber ambassadors, actually have some sort of say? Again, given everything we've talked about up until this point, we've already established that VTuber ambassadors or VTuber mascots are pretty much only representatives of their own communities, and in some cases, communities similar to their own. They're not supposed to be, or they're not designed to be, representatives of the VTuber community, not least because the VTuber community simply does not exist. So, why? Why are so many people so convinced that ambassadors actually do hold power and influence over Twitch's internal practices? And the reason for that is because, especially among VTubers, we've been given a very recent event, not even over the last 3 months, to give people reason to think that's the case. On August 20, 2024, Twitch announced that it was releasing a new feature. Knock knock, streamers can now collaborate with other Twitch streamers who are live without any advanced setup or planning. Look for the collaboration icon to find a streamer in your network who is open to collaborating with you and click knock to get started. Oh boy. Now, for those of you who are simply listening to this stream, the idea of a tool that you can implement onto your platform to allow others to do impromptu, to essentially ask other creators for impromptu collabs, if that sounds to you like a horrible idea, You're absolutely right. Because when Twitch came out with this announcement, the immediate response was people clowning on them for thinking that this was ever going to be a well-received feature. You had Shy Lily coming in. Knock knock, who's there? Unwanted feature. For real though, please, let us opt out of these. Bow the Whale. Why in God's name did anyone think this was a good idea? I have to turn it off every stream? Crying emoji, skull emoji. And then Zentreya. I think this is a very intrusive and dangerous thing to add onto the platform, as it can be used maliciously. I think I see what the idea was, but that was poorly and hastily executed. I would 100% say to remove this and go back before it's misused inappropriately or worse. Now, again, you had these big streamers coming in to point out the obvious, that this was a horrible idea, but you even had other creators as well saying the exact same thing and adding on more nuance and detail to their criticisms. Mujin, yo guys, can we just stop updating the website and mobile app indefinitely until you fire the chimpanzees that you decided to hire to make these decisions? What are you cooking? Marco Fukusame. So you got rid of multi-view streaming collab features to instead have a button that is a Discord call, but only with people who are live? Why? And then you had Ilara. Why did we trade the host feature for this crying emoji and mythic arts? More evidence that Twitch has no idea what streaming is like. And it says a lot about this particular feature and its announcement that the announcement was pretty much ratioed immediately by a VTuber who made a tutorial on how to disable this feature. Milky Mew, immediately, how to turn this off. Go to your collaboration panel, click on permissions, uncheck everything. Only people you manually favorite can knock on your stream. In my case, that list is empty, smiley face. :D. Twitch didn't put a way to actually disable it, so that's the only way for now, and sends VTuber coming in later on with a video tutorial as well. Again, this was a feature so half-baked, so forced, so bad, that they hadn't even implemented a way to disable it. These were just workarounds. And again, implementing a feature and the only way to turn it off being a workaround is not a very advisable move when you're a platform. Anyone, any VTuber and their dog and mother could have told you that this was an awful idea. And yet, amidst all of this discussion, all of this lampooning, all of this criticism, there was one somewhat loud voice that proclaimed that this was one of the best moves, one of the best features that Twitch has ever implemented. One VTuber by the name of Evil Toaster, Paper Frog VTuber. And the first tweet that Evil Toaster made about this was a quote tweet of Twitch's announcement saying, "Now, when people ask me, quote, what does being a Twitch ambassador mean, end quote, I can say I told them to make this feature and they actually hecking did it. Can't wait to give it a try." And this is the reason why people, quite reasonably, assume that ambassadors do hold some degree of internal influence at Twitch. This precedent, this statement, this bragging to the public. To go on, Evil Toaster would then go on to say, again, bear in mind this is a Twitch ambassador, he still is by the way, muted this a while ago cause I ain't subjecting myself to y'all's brain rot. But if it wasn't obviously clear, me telling Twitch, quote, please add better features for collabing and making collab organizing and communication easier, end quote, is not the same as me deciding exactly how it is executed. And for the amount of people saying no one asked for this, Bro, none of y'all ask for anything. You actually need to grow on Twitch because you have no idea what you're doing. Collab content is proven to be extremely effective, but you refuse to engage in it because you're terrified of people. I'm picking up a little bit of an uncomfortable trend when it comes to how these Twitch ambassadors address the public. Funnelers, this reminds me of one of my favorite Chinese quotes: a frog in a well looking up at a part of the sky thinking it was the whole sky. Yep. The exact phrasing of that in Mandarin escapes me as of right now, but essentially it's an idiom supposed to encompass the idea that, just because you see a portion of the real world doesn't mean that is the only portion that exists. The world does not revolve around you. Gen Expert needs a more nasally voice. My nose is a little blocked, but I will try in future. But anyways, again, this provides a very clear example of how these Twitch ambassadors, well, Evil Toaster in particular, the fact that there wasn't really any other Twitch ambassador coming into his replies, quote tweeting him or referencing him directly to essentially disown this sentiment, disown this act of communication, the fact that Twitch didn't do that either is a problem because now they are paying for not doing that. This is something that I've always reiterated, and this is something that I will likely be reiterating many times in the future. But when you are part of a group, it is your duty, it is essential that you disown your idiots. You must cast out your fools, and you must make sure that everyone sees you doing it. Evil Toaster, I think is quite fair to say, is a bit of a fool in this regard. And in this particular instance, because of the fact that no Twitch ambassador, no VTuber Twitch ambassador came in and corrected him, came in and disowned his opinion, now he has been allowed to define how VTubers as a whole get to see what Twitch ambassadors, what Twitch VTuber ambassadors are like. And he's essentially managed to set the story. And now this is the context from which people have drawn the conclusions that Twitch ambassadors actually have some degree of internal influence, and also the idea that Twitch ambassadors are, at least to some degree, like I said, decorative at best, disconnected at worst. However, this was not all. This was even worse. This got even worse, because after Evil Toaster posted that absolute banger of a tweet thread, he would go live with a Twitch stream with the title of "Guy Who Literally Ruined Twitch is Playing Overwatch Again." And a VTuber by the name of Sierra VT Thorn Princess would screenshot that stream title and post about it saying, "So, this is just a joke to you then. You've upset so many people and your next step is to ignore it and be smug on Twitch. It isn't about you ruining Twitch. It's about your condescending attitude towards other creators and your inability to take accountability." Again, by every conceivable metric, Evil Toaster has failed in his role as an ambassador. And yet, if you go on to Twitter, if you search up his profile, he is still a Twitch ambassador. Which is especially strange considering that in the following few days, 2 days later, and then 5 days later after that, 2 different VTubers would come out with Google Docs, basically outing Toast as being an unsavory, manipulative individual. Now again, no criminal behavior, but definitely unsavory. Definitely a person who is prone to clingily using his influence within Twitch and among larger creators than himself to ingratiate himself among smaller creators than himself. So, not a very great person. Positivity. Yeah, that's a funny joke. So yeah, two independent Google Docs, one by Sierra, Thorn Princess, the VTuber we talked about just then. We're all tired of evil toasters behind the scenes behavior going unchecked and allowing them to mistreat women while still benefiting from his position as a Twitch ambassador / status in the VTuber community. And the doc titled Evil Toaster, Manipulation and Breaking Boundaries. And Audio Sue, another VTuber who came out with another document saying, I've been asked to produce a document about Evil Toaster. This is for those who found the courage after reading Sierra's document. I wish to speak up anonymously and who wish to speak up anonymously about their own traumatic experiences. Evil Toaster forcing autism diagnoses onto people. At the end of the day, the picture that these two documents paint is of someone who cares very little about the boundaries of others, who frankly displays a disinterest in what other people want and how they might be uncomfortable with what he wants. And at the end of the day, when you consider all of this together, it doesn't paint a great picture of Twitch VTuber ambassadors as a whole. Sierra's document in particular would be quote tweeted by Kirsha, who would go on to say, I called how all the info already out about Toaster made him seem like a creep, using his platform as a Twitch ambassador to implement a feature that would make his weird behavior easier. Hopefully more people who have had these kinds of interactions with him feel able to come out. Again, I cannot stress how damaging optically it is for a Twitch ambassador to be so, blatantly blasé about intruding on other people's boundaries, disregarding them, and for Twitch to then come out with a feature that is all about intruding on other people's stream spaces and boundaries, and for that same ambassador to claim that feature as his own brainchild. So, long and short, when you look at Evil Toaster, the precedent that he set, a precedent, mind you, that the other Twitch ambassadors failed to disown, there are two key takeaways that people, took away from the entire situation. First, that ambassadors do possess enough influence to sway internal decisions on at Twitch, and two, that ambassadors can abuse / neglect their position with no consequences from Twitch. Like I said, Evil Toaster is still a Twitch ambassador, and with all of the hubbub around what his behavior is like behind closed doors, it is a little concerning that there has been not even a peep of even something as small and discreet as an internal investigation by Twitch. At the very least, I would say that, again, I'm not going to say that someone should lose their position the moment a Google Doc comes out about them. That would be absurd. However, I am saying that when he is in this position, it would make sense for there to be an internal investigation into his suitability for that role. Now, here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. When you put all of this together, you have this combination of, you have this pretty obvious problem that VTubers lack advocates. They don't have a clear path through which they can gain advocacy when dealing with their respective problems. So again, this is a reason why Twitch's treatment is inherently biased, because it's not so much, it is partially because of the fact that Twitch's policies are unfairly enforced and vaguely worded. That is true. However, what makes the problem worse for VTubers in particular is because VTubers as a group do not have a distinct group identity and therefore do not have a strong advocate. And again, it's not so much that the problem is, it's more a case that the problem is made worse because you have worse ways of dealing with it. And what makes it, again, to come back to the environmental factors, there you also see this very clear trend that Twitch doesn't seem to care about VTubers, that VTubers are at the very least lower priority creators on that platform. And in terms of what that evidence consists of, after Twitch announced the implementation of its knock feature, Lucius Merriweather would come out with a tweet saying, "Warning for VTubers. Apparently, using this feature automatically turns on your webcam. What were they thinking? Disclaimer, this only happens if you are the one sending the knock request." So, I would say it's fair to say that this is pretty much conclusive, well, strong circumstantial evidence to prove that Twitch doesn't really think about VTubers as creators when coming up with decisions. Because imagine thinking that implementing a feature that automatically turns on the user's webcam is a good idea when there is an entire population, a subgroup of your platform consisting of creators whose entire content genre revolves around not showing their face. This is pretty nice docs feature. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what this was in the way that it was implemented. And Twitch didn't even pick up on this until a few days after this tweet was made. And this isn't the only instance of Twitch seemingly disregarding all VTubers as second-class citizens on its platform. Because you will remember, earlier on this year, around June, April, around then, Twitch would make changes to its attire policy in which it would specify that they are making a distinction between VR chat streamers who would receive more lenient terms versus VTubers who would still have the more severe version of those policies enforced upon them. And again, as can be predicted, when Twitch came out with this announcement that the attire policy would be more lenient towards IRL streamers, towards VR chat streamers, but for some reason not for VTubers, this was a pretty unpopular decision among a lot of VTubers. You had BuffPup coming in with the telling everyone you don't know what a VTuber is without actually saying it speedrun any percent. And Sarway saying, I'll stream in the hot tub category from now on every time I'm in 3D. If you don't mind, I'm not as naked as most streamers there. Lucy Pyre with the, so what I'm hearing is that I can wear absolutely anything I want as long as I set the category to VR chat and have a convincingly 3D background. This makes no sense. Be so for real. It's kind of funny how often Be So For Real comes up in Lucy's responses to Twitch, although I completely understand. That's really one of the only rational responses you can have at that point. Camila, not mincing words. Dog shit. 3D models on VR chat are practically naked and get waved around on camera for hours so people can jerk off. But VTubers can't even show a little bit of underboob. It's so incredibly unfair. Either allow both parties or don't let either at all. Annie, speechless with only question mark, what? And Ebby the shrimp with I hate it here. Not only VTubers, mind you, but also Warudo, developers for a 3D VTubing app, took it upon themselves to school Twitch on what exactly a VTuber is and how stupid it was to make a distinction between VTubers and VR chat streamers in this regard. Basically, if you're going to enforce something against a VR chat streamer, it makes no sense to then enforce it against a VTuber. So, again, when you put all of this context together, there is real discrimination, or there is real unfairness going on here in terms of the way that Twitch is treating VTubers. And to answer the question, why does Twitch seem to be so unfairly strict on VTubers, there are a number of factors. Some of them possibly malicious, a lot of them pretty much simply systemic, intrinsic, and perhaps unintentional. On the Twitch side of things, you have the problem that they have vaguely worded policies and inconsistent enforcement. You also have the problem that Twitch seems to have a poor understanding of VTubing as a medium. They don't seem to really understand what exactly a VTuber is. They don't know how to define it, and as a result, they don't seem to know how to enforce against it. They don't know how to enforce, well, I say against it because that's pretty much the way that they've been demonstrating that's the way their behavior has seemed up until this point, but they don't know how to treat VTubers. They don't know how to classify them, and they don't know how they should fit within their community guidelines, I would assume. And finally, Twitch doesn't have an effective review process. Their metrics by which they evaluate the effectiveness of their current security measures are, well, flawed to say the least, and their appeals process is, to put it mildly, a fucking joke. However, That being said, there are also a few intrinsic traits that are, unique to VTubing that happen to make it so that not only is the environment hostile, but they have worse ways, on average, of dealing with said environment. Like I said, there is a lack of advocacy. VTuber mascots are not they are not effective representatives. They are not effective ambassadors. It's to the point where many people are understandably questioning as to what the point of those ambassadors is. And as a result, VTubers are still looking around for an effective representative. In many cases, the only person that they can represent is themselves. And that is a problem, because what if you are a smaller creator? What if you lack that all-important Twitter clout? You're fucked, essentially. And this is not a long-term solution. And this is where we get into the next problem that VTubing, as a genre of content on Twitch, and perhaps in all other platforms as well, kind of faces. And that is the fact that there is no unified community. There is no VTuber community. There is no single VTuber community, which weakens the ability of every VTuber in particular to go toe-to-toe with an entity that is as large as Twitch. Now, all of that being said, it's not all doom and gloom, because while we don't have, one VTuber community, while we don't have designated VTuber advocates, we are lucky enough to have larger creators on the platform who do occasionally display the ability and willingness to, advocate for other creators as a whole. More recently, we had Shy Lily making this post on Twitter that she would be having an interview with CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy, on her channel, soon, I suppose. And it will be about VTubers and Twitch. Please let me know if you have any questions for him. And you had other larger VTubers in the replies providing her with some pretty good questions to ask Dan. You had Joel coming in with the what does Twitch think VTubers are? Again, it's a very important matter to actually get a proper classification from Twitch as to what they think constitutes a VTuber, because again, like I said before, that will affect how they enforce their community guidelines. Joel goes on to state, it feels like they don't understand what VTubers are, just over-exaggerated mascots that are used in correspondence with art to express themselves better. I feel like their views have skewed on us, which led to harder crackdowns. VTubers vary. Exactly. And again, pretty much exactly what I've said up until this point. And it is good to see another creator as large as Joel providing that particular clarification. Giga from VShojo coming in with the, I feel like Twitch's events, marketing, and anything internally run tend to focus on uplifting facecam streamers of many sizes and rarely feature VTubers who aren't the top 2 to 3 highest in CCV. Is there any plan or path to changing this and helping us integrate any better? Now, in response to what Giga is saying, I understand and I appreciate what she's advocating for. However, this is something that is going to be pretty much impossible until Twitch addresses the disparities in how it enforces, especially its sexual content policy regarding VTubers. And the reason for that is there is no point coming up with promotional programs if your group of creators is especially vulnerable to being forcibly slapped with a sexual content theme, because sexual content themes are designed to throttle your discoverability. So until that particular disparity is addressed by Twitch, any promotional efforts are probably most likely going to be cancelled out, because this is a vulnerability in their enforcement methods, their moderation systems, that Twitch does need to get out of the way before any promotional programs, I suppose, any integrative programs that are designed to make VTubers more synonymous with the front page of Twitch more viable. And then you have Bao. Why does it seem that VTubers seem to have different strictness of guidelines as opposed to facecam streamers? And again, I hope that at this point I've pretty much answered that particular question by giving you a bunch of different factors, both deliberate and unintentional, both environmental and intrinsic, that help explain why VTubers are actually being treated unfairly by Twitch, whether that be, again, like I said, intentional or not. However, again, like I said before, it is still, you can have these individual creators advocate for groups as a whole, but at the end of the day, it's also worth remembering that these are creators with their own lives and careers to tend to. They can't constantly be acting as as advocates, ambassadors, or representatives, because again, they have content to make. They have other things to do. So relying on them to advocate for you is probably not a great idea. It's nice when it happens, don't get me wrong, but it's not a very reliable method of ensuring that you will have the advocacy you need to, like I said, go toe-to-toe with Twitch's awful moderation system. Hello, Aquarig. So, we still need, it would be ideal to still have some sort of ambassador program, some sort of representative advocacy system built into the quote-unquote Twitch community, quote-unquote VTuber community. However, what I have observed to be an inherent weakness of the program in the way that it currently exists is that the creators that are a part of it don't really have any incentive to look at what's happening with creators outside of their own niche. Because, again, like I said, everything I said about these large creators, Shy Lily, Joel, Giga, Bao, what I said before about each of them having their own careers, their own content niches, it holds true for Twitch ambassadors as well. Like I said, VTubing as an industry tends to be quite insular, partially because of how many different content genres and niches and personas are capable of inhabiting it at any one time. However, when you get a Twitch VTuber ambassador, that ambassador doesn't really have much of an incentive to care about any problems affecting other VTubers unless those problems affect them directly as well. So, what I would propose is maybe considering pivoting from selecting ambassadors that are simply part of a certain loose group to instead content creators whose content revolves around the group that they are supposed to represent. In other words, I think it would make a lot of sense for ambassadors to consist of either newstubers or VTubers whose content primarily revolves around collaborations. These are people like Lydia. Lydia in particular already has demonstrated that she has, at the very least, an ability, an interest in advocating for other creators who are going through it when it comes to Twitch's moderation, regardless of their size or language or content genre, which is always a good trait to have in an ambassador, in a representative. And she has been so good at this that she has managed to get the attention of Twitch themselves, because when she made that thread about VTubers getting unfairly penalized by Twitch for supposedly botting or using stolen information to obtain subs and bits, this thread got the attention of not just Dan Clancy but a direct response from Twitch support. She has effectively done that job herself. And again, you might ask, okay, this only takes like a few hours to do. Why couldn't a Twitch ambassador do it? Well, the Twitch ambassadors that currently exist, like I said, they have their own content to look after. They have their own careers to tend to. They might not have time or an incentive to do this. However, someone like Lydia does. Her content revolves around looking at what is happening to other VTubers and what is happening in the industry. So the interests would align. She would have an incentive to pay attention to what's going on with other VTubers in the space. And now, some people might object to me suggesting newstubers to occupy this role because, okay, they are also, you can make the argument that they're also financially incentivized to make mountains out of molehills, or in especially egregious cases, to make up problems altogether just so they have something to report on in their normal everyday content. Or you might say that they are capable of being selective with which cases they do bring attention to and which cases they don't. And my response to both of them is that, in my opinion, advocacy that is selective is better than no advocacy at all. It is far better, in my opinion, to bring up a few select cases handpicked by yourself to Twitch's attention than bring up none, to do nothing but look after your own community, your own content. And again, I understand that, but it doesn't really work when you're an ambassador as well. And what's more, the reason why I would advocate for bringing on creators like either Lydia and or creators like Fillion, whose content revolves around collaboration, so she would most likely be affected and would have a reason to pay attention to what Twitch is doing to other VTubers. The reason why getting a range of those onto the ambassador program would probably be good is because each individual creator is going to have their own individual interests, niches, and biases. And as a result, when you have enough of them in a space looking at a bunch of different things, you tend to get a combination of amplified publicity, amplified reach, because when they do converge in terms of stories that they discuss, matters that they discuss, each of those matters gets amplified significantly. However, even in cases where they don't overlap, they end up covering a wider breadth of different topics as well. So if one VTuber decides that something is, not worth their attention or something that they don't really want to keep up with, another VTuber might make a different judgment on that particular matter. And between the two of them, both events, both niches, both problems are covered. So again, instead of simply selecting whichever VTubers happen to have the cleanest brand image, or whichever ones are familiar with members of Twitch's internal staff, which I'm aware is something that has been floating around, maybe select creators whose content revolves around other creators, because that would make a lot more sense. Again, Lydia Nekazawa for president. I would 100% throw my weight behind that particular campaign. Twitch, if you're watching, I recommend this one. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching this stream will recommend it as well. So, on top of that, when I was thinking about different things that ambassadors could do in order to act as an advocate, a representative of the community, without having to necessarily have a strong internal say, a hand on the wheel on how Twitch makes its decisions internally, when I'm just thinking about things that could be done to act as a better bridge between the community, the quote-unquote community, and Twitch, well, why not chase up these anecdotes? And that's what I did. I'm not going to lie, when I was doing this, there were periods of time when I felt a little exasperated because everything I did could have been done more effectively by an actual Twitch ambassador, seeing as, they're more known in the space. They stream on Twitch. I'm a YouTube streamer. So again, anything I did in this particular case, they could do way better. But at the same time, again, I put out a post where I asked for people who had received bans, warnings, enforcement actions, etc. to reply, DM me, and tell me about what happened. Give me an idea of the circumstances surrounding the enforcement action, because I wanted to chase up on these anecdotes to see if there was any sort of pattern going on in terms of what was happening. Now, unfortunately, there was no pattern. The only consistency between them was the inconsistency, unfortunately. And again, I want to reiterate, this is not a definitive study. This is not a statistically accurate study, because this is highly subjective, case-by-case basis, me constrained to the sample size that was available to me, just reaching out to people individually. However, there were a few cases where the VTubers I talked to were able to shed some light on what we can possibly conclude are some of the unspoken, unwritten rules that Twitch has regarding VTubers. Now, Funneless ever going to dualcast on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously? Yes, for sure. I mean, again, it's not something that is an immediate goal in the next, month or so. Well, actually, no, I scrapped that. Probably not something that I would do as soon as like next 2 or 3 weeks, but probably something I would look at doing within the next 1 or 2 months for sure. So yeah. But again, I went to chase down these anecdotes to see if there was any sort of we could glean any information about Twitch's unwritten rules. And this is where I wanted to have a section of the stream, a segment that I've affectionately named Twitch Doctor, interpreting Twitch's enforcements so you don't have to. It's a pun, because just like with an actual witch doctor, this is all conjecture, superstition. Might as well just be us trying to make our best guess as to what is actually going on, because this is not a scientific method by any means. And I want to make this very clear as well, full disclosure. I'm only going to be talking about the cases in which I was actually able to speak to the VTuber who was affected. So again, even though I am aware that there are going to be way more cases that I don't end up touching on, these are just the ones that I was able to, the VTubers I was able to speak to, and therefore VTubers who were able to give me more context as to what happened around the time that they were banned. Starting off, Lydia Nekazawa herself. Part of the reason why I'm all for Lydia becoming a Twitch ambassador is because she has first-hand experience of how awful Twitch's moderation system can be. So, on September 18, Lydia was hit with a sexual content warning, and she would tweet out, OMFG, 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 how the frick is this sexual? At Twitch support, what at all is sexual about this? Please explain anything at all I did that was sexual in any way, at all. Provide an explanation so I can avoid making the mistake again. Twitch's policy on cleavage, so we are clear, broadcasting nude or partially nude minors is always prohibited regardless of context for those who present as women. We ask that you cover your nipples and do not expose underbust. Cleavage is unrestricted as long as those coverage requirements are met and it is clear that the streamer is wearing clothing. Again, here's the problem though, because Twitch does have that little sentence at the end of their sexual content policy that states, it's up to our discretion to decide what is or isn't sexual content, which means that in the image that Lydia has provided, something in this image is causing the Twitch safety team member to think that it is sexual in nature. And the only possible conclusion I can come to after looking at this entire screenshot that Lydia has provided, well, it has to be something to do with her boobs. It has to be. There's nothing else. Like, if you look at the face, Lydia is not a lewd streamer in any stretch of imagination. Most of her pretty much all of her streams are like very say-so, and the game itself that she was playing at the time wasn't really anything explicit either. So the only possible reason is the boobs. But the question is, what about the boobs? Because the underbust isn't showing. Lydia is very clearly clothed, so it must be the tan lines. The only possible conclusion that we can draw from this is that the reason why Twitch's moderation team deemed this to be a sexual depiction is because Lydia has tan lines on her cleavage. Rubber ducks are too lewd. It's the Afro duck. Oh dear. But yeah, again, pretty subjective, not really, send her to thought jail, not really clear as to what it is, but this is the only thing that we can surmise based off the information. So that's one unwritten rule ticked off. If you're going to show cleavage, don't show tan lines, because Twitch might interpret those tan lines as being sexual. Next case, and again, these are in no particular order. May 6th, Ilara, where she was banned for 1 day for inappropriate attire. Now, Twitch does not explain what they mean by inappropriate attire. However, unfortunately, well, both thankfully and unfortunately, we have been given case studies, precedents earlier on in the year that might shed some light on what exactly constitutes inappropriate attire. Because earlier on in that time, earlier on this year, but later after Ilara was banned, Lena Lazar was also banned for inappropriate attire. However, with Lena's case, she was provided with a little bit of additional information. To quote Lena, I was told ahead of time that I would get a 24-hour ban, but not what day, so that day is today. I have black tights that I will turn on in hopes that it does the trick, but Twitch kindly didn't show me what about my attire was the issue, so all we can do is cross our fingers. Going to hang with Yuzu offline tonight. Sorry, guys. And then she would clarify, not enough cover in pelvic area, to be clear. So anyone with high-waisted outfits or little panties, I salute you. And here's where we get into the crux of the matter. See, Twitch hates exposed hips. So when you look at Ilara's model, you can very clearly see what might have attracted the inappropriate attire ban in her everyday model. The fact that she does have sections of her hip exposed. Now, something you might immediately think of if you have watched Ilara's streams before is, isn't this Ilara's default appearance? The answer is yes. Which then leads me to the conclusion, if this was fine in pretty much every other stream except for that one, and the explicit reason was inappropriate attire, the only thing I can think of that would have attracted a ban is a false flag, is a user report. Because if this is considered fine by Twitch's moderation that scans through every stream that gets sent out on a day-to-day basis, but in this particular stream it was a problem, then that must mean that this particular stream attracted the attention of some sort of false flag. And speaking of unreasonable false flags, sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. Much better. Anyways, she has much more cleavage than Lydia, yeah, but no tan lines. Hence why I believe that the tan lines are the specific problem for Lydia's ban. Because if again, in this case, Ilara's outfit shows a lot more cleavage, but the problem that got her banned was not the cleavage. So as a result, you can only assume that between this and between Lydia, the problem is the tan lines. Again, this is why it's really important to get publicized precedents of what Twitch is doing, because that way we can, even if it's not confirmed, even if it's not official, we can at least start to discern what might be the thing that attracts a penalty. So, that was a long pause, yeah. I had a lot of... sorry, let me rephrase that. I needed to get a lot of gunk out of my nose. I almost said I had a lot of blowing to do. Okay, so, in the same vein of enforcing things that, well, frankly, strike me as quite unreasonable, we have Cocoa Nuts' ban earlier this year as well, because in June 14th, Cocoa Nuts was banned off of Twitch for a week, during which he received no correspondence, despite frequently lodging appeals and trying to get someone on the inside to talk to her. Eventually, she did get a reply by going through Mythic Talent. However, when she did receive the reply in her return stream, she clarified to her audience that the reason that she was banned was because, according to Twitch, she made a, quote, cunnilingus noise. Cocoa Nuts was banned for making a licking sound as a joke. So, to make this very clear, when I talk about the shortcomings, the pitfalls of having that clause, that sexual noises phrase in your sexual content policy, this is why I point that out as being a flaw. Because that means that stuff like this is classed as an offense. Imagine for a second, D-suffers, what do you mean a cunnilingus noise? Well, I'm not going to do that on YouTube, am I? YouTube has been similarly anal when it comes to enforcing against sexual noises in its content. But anyways, it's also struck me as, well, it would be quite ironic if this VOD was demonetized purely because of how many times I've said the word sexual. But anyways, to go on. Another instance of, and so again, remember how I pointed out that that part of the content policy was flawed, both because it was very vague in terms of what constitutes a sexual noise and in terms of what constitutes an innuendo. And the reason why that's relevant is because in this particular case, a VTuber by the name of Axie Pom was banned on August 13th for a week. So the reason why she was banned was for sexual content, and yet, according to Axie Pom, all she did during that stream wasn't anything lewd, but simply playing a game of Roblox. And when I contacted Axie Pom, she was gracious enough to send me the specific Roblox game that she was playing. It was this: UPD Cake Off, a game where you would basically just decorate cakes. And she also sent me what her Roblox model looked like at the time, just to make sure it wasn't anything to do with that. And on top of that, she also had a post on her account which contained a screenshot, or she sent me a screenshot of what her model looked like, and it was pretty much just this, and a video basically giving her followers more contextualization as to what happened. Now, she states in this post, so yeah, I sent an appeal, and they kept me banned, so I'm going to be on YouTube from now on. Sorry, I'm not going to reply to messages. I need time to process stuff, and it's not easy. So, based on the information, she was playing a Roblox game about decorating cake. This is what her model looked like. And her appeal was denied. Which means that Twitch does think this is sexual content, that it does in some way violate their content policies. Now, again, the VOD isn't up there, so I can't really confirm this for myself. So feel free to take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. Feel free to take my speculation with a grain of salt. There was, however, one thing that she said in this clip that might have caused the ban. Again, assuming that there was absolutely nothing sexual going on. No, she didn't make a cunnilingus noise or anything like that. She did say during this clip that she, while she was playing this game about decorating cakes, went on a long rant about all the different types of cake that she liked. Essentially, she kept ranting about cake. Now, the more astute among you will realize with that bit of information that cake is also and possibly an innuendo, because cake is a euphemism for ass. So as a result, it is possible that someone false flagged her clip saying that when she was talking about cake, how much she loved all the different forms of cake, that she was in fact making an innuendo, that there was an extended period of commentary about a sexual matter that involved innuendo. And as a result, Twitch deemed that worthy of a sexual content ban. So again, it does sound absurd, outrageous, frankly, stupid, because in order for me to understand how this might possibly be the case, I had to descend into the mindset of possibly the most Puritan human imaginable, and then remove half the IQ points rounded up, because I had to dumb myself down to being a Twitch moderation bot as well. But if you put all of those factors together, you can conceivably see why this VOD might have been worthy of a ban, a sexual content ban. So, again, the case is far from closed, but this is my best guess at what has happened here. And this is problematic because it means that false flagging is quite an effective tactic, because all you need to do is say anything, any sort of thing that can be misconstrued as an innuendo, and so long as you say it enough, it can be viewed as a punishable offense. Remember that daddy and mommy are lewd to many people nowadays? Yeah, true. In the same vein as what happened with Axie Pom, when it comes to very vague descriptions as to what constitutes sexual content, on September 16th, a VTuber artist by the name of Marky Evan, basically from what I can tell, a femboy artist VTuber, posted out the following, that he had been banned. I asked for details and specifics pertaining to the ban so that I can determine if it is justified for a misunderstanding/error because my channel is a mature channel and tagged appropriately. This is someone who has tagged his content as being for adults, which makes this all the more weird. This bot reply was all I got back. After taking a look at the details, what details? And, according to Twitch, the account was suspended for youth risky. A member of our team has reviewed your appeal, and after taking a look into the details of your case, we have determined that your account will remain suspended due to your violation of our community guidelines. And then, Marky Evan understandably expressed his confusion, saying, my streams in no way endangers youth. Where is this youth risky accusation coming from? And then he cites the youth safety policy from Twitch. You are not allowed to show youth in any sexual manner. Now here's the thing. When I contacted Marky Evans, he was kind enough to share with me a picture of his model and a picture of the artwork that he was working on in the stream that attracted a ban. Now, you can tell by looking at his model. Again, I don't have a full body view of what his model looks like, but that looks like a femboy and possibly a shota. And as a result, I could very possibly see a member of Twitch's safety team looking at this and going, okay, that's a child. Same thing goes for the way that the face, at least on this drawing, is depicted. See, here's the thing. Now, I'm not including the full image here because if I did, YouTube would murderlize me. However, this was basically a picture of a femboy dressed in a bunny suit, complete with fishnet tights at the bottom. The problem is there was a very visible bulge in that bunny suit, and following that logic, the logic established by Twitch according to their sexual content policy, if you will remember, sexual content, according to Twitch, part of what constitutes sexual content can include content that focuses on clothed intimate body parts, such as the buttocks, groin, or breasts for extended periods of time. And again, like I said, this was a drawing that had a very visible bulge beneath the bunny suit. Combine that with the fact that, from what we know via Shondo, that any VTubers that have either drawings centered around Shota characters or femboy, or Shota, lolly, whatever, anyone who either has that as a model or has that in the art that they're drawing on stream is automatically prohibited from sexual content. You start to see how those two policies might interact with one another to cause this particular ban. So, in other words, if you either are drawing something that is lolly or shota, or if you yourself are using a model that is lolly or shota, anything that is sexual, regardless of your age, is going to be deemed by Twitch as being youth risky, in their words. So, in a similar vein to what happened with Marky Evans, there was another artist by the name of Yagi Luro, who also got slapped with a sexual content warning for one of his drawing streams. And, well, when asking him what he was drawing at the time that he received that particular warning, this was what he sent me. Basically, he was working on a VTuber model for I assume to be a demoness VTuber. And at the time, in the stream prior to the one that attracted the enforcement action, this was what the model looked like. Now, this was a picture of what the model presumably looked like at the time of the stream in question. So again, it's kind of funny that the one with a more exposed body, at least more exposed in terms of proportion to what's on screen, was not the one who attracted a warning, but rather this one. And again, based off of this, the only thing I can assume is that the sexual content warning was attracted by the hips, the exposed hips. Because, again, at this point, we know Twitch hates exposed hips. So, again, Yagi Luro pretty much received no confirmation, no elaboration from Twitch as to whether this was the case. However, based on everything we've looked at so far, this is probably the most reasonable assumption that we can make. Another artist that was unfairly penalized by Twitch, a VTuber by the name of Honeko or Haneko, Blue Fay VT, or Oneko Ao. Rotro, Twitch does hate VTubers, posted on the 17th of September, if I remember correctly, and posting this notification from Twitch. Sexual themes content warning. Now, in all of these sexual themes content classification warnings, what they say in this warning is that we have issued a warning on your account. We have retroactively applied a sexual themes content label to one of your bits of content. And that particular line is important because when a streamer receives a sexual themes content classification warning out of the blue, they don't get told which video, which broadcast in question attracted the warning. When this notice states where the offense occurred on stream or VOD, the problem is VOD can refer to both archived past broadcasts and featured clips. So essentially, what I had to do, because they didn't tell Oneko which video attracted the sexual themes content warning, I had to go through pretty much all of the videos on their channel to find the one that had a sexual themes content label that Oneko didn't assign herself. So which means that I had to go through recent broadcasts, recent highlights and uploads, and featured clips, all in search of that fabled sexual themes content label. And thankfully, at the end of the day, I was able to find the clip in question. Essentially, I asked Oneko, I started by asking her, okay, have you ever used sexual themes content label on any of your streams? And she said no, which did make my job a lot easier because now, instead of just having to look through and confirm every individual sexual themes content label individually with her, I just needed to find the one that had it. Now, again, this isn't a method that will work for 100% of the cases because, as I remember, if I remember this correctly, Axipom, sometimes Twitch will force you to go 7 days, and I think Lydia had this problem as well. Sometimes if you are issued a content warning for sexual themes, Twitch will force you for a period of 7 days to have all of your streams labeled with sexual themes. And now you can see why that would be a problem, because then I can no longer tell whether the clip or stream VOD was a problem because that was the one that attracted the content warning, or whether that was simply, affected by the content warning thereafter. So again, I got really lucky with this particular case because I would not have been able to find it if that had happened to Oneko. And also you have some VTubers quite depressingly deciding to mark all of their content thereafter with sexual themes as well, just to be safe, which kills their discoverability as well as making it difficult for me to do what I was trying to do here. This was the clip that attracted the sexual themes content warning. A clip titled "Why Oneko is Waifu Material." But what was more perplexing was the fact that despite the fact that Oneko had only received the warning about, 11 days ago by now? This month? This clip is 10 months old. Which makes me think, why in those 10 months did it not receive any sort of enforcement action? And again, the only conclusion I can come to is the idea that this was not a problem according to Twitch's automated moderation. This was something that was flagged on purpose. Because you can't have a clip that exists on your site for 10 months without any problems, and then suddenly 10 months later, for some reason, out of the blue, get it slapped with a sexual content warning. So again, this is what I would assume. The next thing as to why this actually went through as being something deemed worthy of sexual content. Now, obviously, you have a large-breasted woman on screen who is wearing I forget the technical term for what this piece of clothing is, but something that exposes the boobs and the thighs and hips as well. So again, you have, this section, this section. However, on top of this, if you play through this particular clip, this is also a point where Oneko is talking about boobs in addition to showing boobs on stream. And again, because of the fact that Twitch has that absurd innuendo clause in its sexual content policy, it is entirely possible, if ridiculous, that the fact that she was talking about it out loud while showing it on screen might have contributed to that as well. Leotard? Yep, that's exactly what... Thank you for giving me the word. Yeah, so she showed this character dressed in a leotard. So again, we are not given any specific explanations as to what attracted the warning, but this is my best guess, purely based off of what we have seen from other streamers and from Twitch thus far. In particular, what seems to be the case is that whenever you get this little hip bulge above the thigh, that tends to be viewed as sexual. So if you're going to be drawing something, if you're going to be using a model for something, I think thigh is fine, but this little bulge above the thigh where the hip is, that might be what Twitch is picking up on as being, well, sexual material. If you can see a fold in the flesh, that is probably enough to set off whatever Twitch auto mod is supposed to confirm and validate a user report before it goes through to Twitch's safety team. Again, that is just a guess. I do not work at Twitch, but that is my best guess that I have thus far. Next case, a VTuber by the name of Sarah Kumaya, or I hope I'm not saying this wrong. I almost said Kamya, but anyways, she said, I got this like 3 days ago. I had a panic attack. To this day, I'm terrified to mention anything sexual or have it in my chat because who knows what Twitch will see as offending policies. There are no rules, and if they are purposefully unclear so as to muddy the waters. Now, just like with Oneko, Sarah received a content classification sexual themes warning. However, in contrast to Oneko, she received this in the middle of one of her streams. She was in the middle of doing a subathon. She was on day 9 of said subathon when she received that warning. Now, upon receiving that warning, she panicked, ended the stream, and deleted the VOD. So that is a little unfortunate, so I don't have that to work off of. However, something interesting that I did note is that 2 days prior to that point in her stream, when she was still on that subathon, on day 7, I believe, there was a segment in that stream where she was showing off I believe a mayo or a marmalade asset that she had made for her. And, well, if you just look at the screen, you can probably... I think it's pretty reasonable to say that this is a pretty, on-the-nose visual innuendo, right? The fact that she... one of the toggles for the asset is her holding this bottle of mayo or marmalade, or mayo, and just essentially just squirting that onto her face. However, funnily enough, this VOD does not have a sexual themes label attached to it, not by Sarah herself, and not forced onto it by Twitch. Which begs the question, what could she possibly have done? Well, again, I'm going off of her word for this. But if there was a stream later on where she didn't do anything explicitly sexual like this, I did ask her specifically about this frame, and she said no, she didn't do anything like this in the stream that got tagged. So if she didn't do anything like this in the later stream that got tagged, but this stream prior where she did do this and it doesn't have a tag, how is that possible? And again, the only conclusion I can come to is that, well, the only difference is that that stream must have been false flagged. There must have been a user report that reported that particular stream for sexual themes and left this one alone. Otherwise, you wouldn't get such a disparity between something that is, if I'm being completely honest, quite obviously visually supposed to be a sexual innuendo versus something that, well, she says is more something that didn't have any such innuendo, at least not an intentional one, that was successfully reported. Omen, thank you for the 5. Bit late to the party in this. It has occurred that any of the Puritans that the constant censoring of words causes normal words to be used in its place. Yeah, exactly. So, again, in this particular case, we are at a significant disadvantage because of the fact that, well, Twitch has a habit of removing VODs, and even if they don't remove it, the creators themselves are also sometimes scared into removing it preemptively. And again, this creates a problem because, well, we need evidence. We need some way to catalog what Twitch has done, what Twitch counts as being offensive content, so that we can start to form a clearer idea of what the unwritten rules, unspoken rules are. So, again, little bit of an obstacle that will come up more and more as we go on. The next case I want to look at, a VTuber by the name of Lilanxia. So, on June 17th, Lilanxia posted, "Well guys, we did it. I'll get to see you guys in a week. I'm so mad. This was my first offense, and they banned me for a week. When IRL show or do way worse on stream, and they get banned for a day." Again, yet again, when I looked at the comparison between VTubers and camgirl streamers before, I did say that among the top creators in either category, the penalties for camgirl streamers was significantly lighter than for VTubers. And this does seem to add at least one instance of that holding true for smaller creators as well. So, Lilanxia goes on, "It was my first offense, guys. Why am I banned for a week? This is going to heavily affect me." And then she attaches the notice that it was due to a sexual content violation. Then, later on, about one day later, Lilanxia said, "They rejected my appeal. I'm literally stuck in horny jail, guys." Now, here's the thing. This was another case in which the VOD was automatically deleted by Twitch because this was a ban. However, I did get in contact with Lilanxia, and she did say to me, and again, I'm taking her at her word, that she didn't do anything sexual on stream. I asked a number of things. First, what does her model look like? Her model, well, again, yeah, I forgot to include a screenshot of it here, but her model has no exposed hips or underboob. And on top of that, well, she didn't accidentally flash porn or anything on stream. So, when looking through her emotes as well, there was also nothing that really, well, some of her current emotes are a little bit sussy, but according to her, she didn't have those emotes back then. So I was sort of at a loss as to what might have incurred this particular infraction. Until Lilanxia told me that she was doing a Daki promotion on stream. And when I asked for what the graphic for that Daki promotion looks like, this was what she sent me. This was something that was done in collaboration with V.lol. So, I mean, if you take a look at the screen, the Daki does have exposed hips, exposed butt, and is, again, very obviously positioned in a sexual manner. Now, again, this probably wouldn't have taken up a lot of the screen, but it would have been present. And because this was right after I realized that Twitch was penalizing people based off of the idiotic innuendo clause, I also asked Lilanxia, this might sound minor, but is it possible that you might have said something along the lines of, "You should buy this chat, it looks so hot/sexy," or some other innuendo about using the Daki? And to which Lilanxia replied, "I might have said it looks very good/hot or well made. I can't remember. I say all sorts of insane stuff. I don't think I started using silly innuendos to promote merch until a few weeks ago, and that was to promote my joggers/pants with uwu market, where I say they can have my face by their precious jewels. But I say a lot of unhinged stuff on stream, so that would be a weird one." So, again, this is at least some form of confirmation that it is at least a possibility that when promoting this Daki, Lilanxia said something along the lines of, "Guys, doesn't this look sexy? Guys, doesn't this look hot? Guys, you should buy this Daki. Don't use it for sussy things." All of those, and they would all be classed as sexual innuendos. And as a result, this is what I can very much assume got her penalized by Twitch for violating their sexual content policy. Again, to any rational person, this is a ridiculous outcome. But unfortunately, neither Twitch's, well, mechanical or human aspects seem to think the same way. Now, there's two more cases that I want to briefly touch on. One of them being Mia Marina. I think she's a shark VTuber. I hope I'm not getting that wrong. Ghost shark VTuber. But anyways, Mia Marina was banned on September 1st for, again, a pretty inexplicable reason. She tweeted out, "Hey, at Twitch support. Today I just opened some Magic the Gathering cards with gloves on covering my arms, talking about my chronic illness when you flagged the stream as sexual content." Man, there's some fucked up fetishes going on among Twitch's safety team. I did not even make any crude jokes. I was talking about normal things, about to open Magic cards. Now the VOD is not available. I really want this VOD back since I liked the content a lot. Could we maybe fix this? Now, something odd about this particular instance is that not only did Mia receive a content warning in the middle of a stream, but Twitch automatically deleted the VOD for that stream after she was done. This was not a case like Sarah where she deleted it herself out of panic. This was Twitch doing the deleting. So anyways, to go on, Mia then goes on to say, "Not sure if it happened because I am a VTuber. It was my first time since I am not a sexual/lewd creator at all. My VTuber model is completely covered up at all the important places. Thank you for the help. I went to check since I uploaded thumbnails to the VOD, even though they didn't last long. I made a really good one for today, and being able to open a booster box is not a daily thing. So trust me when I was shocked to see that the VOD is not there. Like, gloved Magic card opening is lewd?" And again, she has the notice from Twitch saying content classification, sexual themes. And she included a screenshot of what the screen looked like at the time that she was streaming. Now, as you can very clearly see, this is not a lewd model. She was not showing herself from below the waist. And even if she did, she showed me assets of her model, which unfortunately I forgot to include here because I was a little cooked at this stage. But even in the sections below the waist, she has shorts on for safety, just in case she shows a little bit of hip or anything. So again, this is not an outfit that can be deemed sexual in any regards. On top of that, you can clearly see in the side here that her hands is, well, she's not really doing anything lewd with her hands. So what could be the, let's play a game of I Spy. What could be the source of the sexual content classification? I'm curious to see if you guys can spot it. Shoulders kinda lewd. Well, Twitch didn't specify that. Guessing it's the naked shoulders? No, not quite. No. Because again, we've had plenty of cases in the past where there have been naked shoulders, but none of them have drawn an enforcement yet. Armpits, not so much, although I don't think armpits are that major when it comes to VTuber models. The pits? No, it's not that. It's not the fat roll, no. What fat roll? I'm sorry, you might be cooked. I don't see any fat roll there. Box art? No, not the box art. Professional gentleman, thank you for the 2. Hello, mate. No need to interrupt to respond. Too late for that. The desk mat? No, there's nothing on the desk mat either. It's not the box. It's the Victorian ankle. It's not the fingers, no. Commander Legends, hand motion? No, not hand motion. Is it either the cleavage or the waistline? No, there's no underboob. Face markings? Nope. Tattoo? Nope. The blush? Nope. The best guess that I have is this. Yep, alright, hold on. Speed on. There you go. The ad in the bottom left. Mia's Shaker. Gamer subs. And the reason why is because that there is a small graphic at the side of that shaker that shows, and well, it basically shows Mia's model looking towards the artist, looking towards the camera with a lewd expression with boobs fully, well, not fully exposed, not bare, but definitely the main focus. Again, this is why it was important to establish the precedent of this being a possibility with Lilanxia's promotional graphics. Because now that we know that promotional graphics can get you penalized for sexual content, this is the only thing I can possibly see being the source of that particular offense. Professional Gentleman, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Absolute legend. I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy those. Hope you enjoy those to the new Footstools part of the club. So, again, absurd. But this is the only logical explanation, because nothing else could reasonably be construed as being sexual in nature. And yet again, this is why I am convinced that this is a false flagging thing. This is not an auto-moderation thing, because plenty of VTubers have a similar ad in the bottom left or bottom right or some other corner of their stream, and yet they don't seem to have these problems. But in this particular case, Mia Marina did. And this is the only thing I could possibly see being the reason for that. Now, there's one more case that I'm going to that I want to touch on when it comes to the way that Twitch enforces its guidelines and the way that people react to that enforcement. And again, I want to preface this very clearly. I don't want any of you to use this as a license to personally attack this individual. And my criticisms of their conduct are not intended to be a personal attack. Now, finalists, it might also be the case that her boob shadows are being mistaken as tan lines. I don't know about that one, because it is very clearly covered up, and the shade of her clothing is very different from the shade of her skin, so I don't think that would have been a factor. I mean, again, because it's Twitch, we can't really rule that out, but I mean, it is possible, but there is considerably more covering her boobs than there was when it comes to Lydia's, so. Again, it's kind of funny that we're playing this game of that we're trying to gaze intently at the boobs and thighs and hips of anime women to try and gauge what exactly is triggering Twitch. But I mean, such is the cost of what we do. But anyways, sorry, give me a second to take a hydration break. I can feel my voice dying again. This is like playing Where's Waldo, but trying to make up reasons why someone would get banned. See, the only difference between what we're doing and what Twitch is doing is Twitch is playing the same game, but they actually take away people's money as a result of playing it. At least when we do it, we're just doing it for fun. Or education. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. Cara Malone, it's so small that it has to be manual issue from aunties or someone on Twitch stuff. Yep, that's what I think as well. So, the last case I want to review is that of Fifi. On August 27, Fifi was banned off of Twitch for an undisclosed duration. And, in response, Fifi went to Twitter to gather public support. She states, "Okay, at Twitch and at Dan Clancy, we need to talk about this. This is my 7th ban. Last time, you indefinitely banned me. I have messaged you, my talent management messaged you, my lawyers have messaged you, asking why I keep getting banned. Your response was, quote, 'Sorry, we can't tell you,' end quote. What the fuck? I requested a Twitch partner manager. You told me, quote, 'Sorry, your channel isn't popular enough to be our priority,' end quote. What the fuck do you have against me? I love streaming on Twitch. I do my best to follow TOS. Many streamers don't. Why are you constantly attacking me. Now, this tweet did gain quite a bit of traction. 2 million views, 23k likes, well, 2.2k saves, 1.5k shares. I can't tell if that's one. Yeah, that looks like 1.5. 437 comments. If her goal was to grab social media attention, public support, she certainly accomplished that. And it worked, because not even 12 hours later, within 6 hours, 37 minutes after her ban, Fifi was unbanned. Would you look at that? Twitter coming to the rescue yet again. However, in the replies to that tweet where she was celebrating the fact that she had been unbanned, someone by the name of Potat asked the question, made the statement, and once again, we'll never know why it happened in the first place. Pretty reasonable sentiment. This is something we're used to at this point. Twitch never elaborating on why it banned someone. However, Fifi would reply, I actually got into a call with @Twitch support, who were very kind and walked me through the specific moment that was flagged, so this exact situation won't repeat itself, hopefully. Professional gentleman, thank you for the 20. Twitch's TOS makes it clear that they don't care or to give a reason for enforcement. In fact, their TOS explicitly states only remedy for dissatisfaction is to delete your account and stop using their services. Yeah, pretty much. That's what makes them so exasperating to deal with. However, what is also a little exasperating to me is how Fifi followed up requests for more elaboration, because at this point she has been put into a position that very few others have been in, which is the ability to get a call with someone from Twitch and had them walk through what caused the enforcement action. Lydia replied to Fifi asking what was the problem, and she wasn't the only one asking this question, because other people would be saying this as well. Kagi says, well, you're just going to tease us? And then, to which people would be replying, it might be against partner NDA. However, what Fifi would then say would eliminate this possibility. Fifi replied by saying, I can tell privately. Now, the fact that she said, I can tell privately in a public post, in a thread to another public post, tells me that this isn't an NDA problem. This is a personal decision. That is the only conclusion that I can draw from this particular interaction. And this is where we get into a little bit of a pickle. Because what this effectively tells me is that from a conjunction of the fact that Fifi can only tell, well, supposedly can only tell privately what actually got her banned, and the fact that Twitch actually did reverse her ban, one of two possibilities is the case here. Either Twitch wrongfully banned her, but she won't disclose what attracted the enforcement action, information that would potentially be quite useful, because, again, the fact that they reversed it means that it was a reason that other people may fall into but isn't actually legitimate. Or Twitch rightfully banned her, and she is now being unbanned purely due to some form of favoritism. Either of these possibilities is not a great look. And again, I want to make this very clear. Fifi is a successful creator, and all of the tools that she has used in this situation to get her ban reversed, the money with which she was able to hire lawyers, the clout with which she was able to get Twitch's attention, all of that she earned herself. No one else is entitled to that. That being said, you cannot comply with a system's requests to keep its flaws hush-hush, and then also be surprised when that system doesn't change. And when I went through all of the past bans that were brought to my attention, when I looked through this thread in particular, the reason why I found it exasperating is because when this entire shit show with Shondo was going down, Fifi would also make this post. Does Twitch hate #VTubers? And again, objectively, this is pretty funny, right? And she makes a good point. But again, to give an analogy, this is a good joke told by a questionable comedian. Because, yeah, Twitch does seem to hate VTubers, but they don't hate you for some reason. And the fact that she won't disclose what drew the attention of Twitch, what attracted the enforcement action, a wrongful enforcement action, which is implied by the fact that Twitch did reverse the ban, it only serves to cut off other people from understanding what to avoid. That is why I find this to be so frustrating. Because what is going on here? There is a difference between what Shondo did, where she got the public support, got the public's attention, and then disclosed exactly what she was told by her partner manager, by Dan Clancy, and what happened with Fifi, where she got the public attention and then didn't disclose publicly what was going on with her particular case. We have established through countless precedents at this point that the only thing Twitch will respond to is public pressure. Therefore, if you really want to inspire change in this system, the only way you can accomplish that is by keeping the public informed, by establishing a public backlog of what Twitch has and has not been penalizing, so we can see if there is a pattern, so we can see if there is bias, so we can take Twitch to task as a public, as a group, for their unfair treatment of specific creators. This compliance with Twitch's request for silence does not help to change the system. And when I look at these two cases, there is a fundamental difference in terms of the way that they unfolded. With Shondo, that was a matter of promoting change. Shondo, in terms of disclosing this situation, has now put Twitch in a position where not only is the public more equipped, more informed as to what they are looking for. Not only do we now have confirmation from the CEO as to what some of their unwritten rules are, but we are now in a position where we can better pressure Twitch to, well, change their way that they enforce things, to make their enforcement processes more transparent. This, on the other hand, is not that. This is not promoting change. This is simply making exceptions. This is allowing Twitch to get away with simply treating some people with a certain degree of favoritism, and in doing so, just comply with their requests to keep their flaws private. And again, you can do this. It is perfectly within your rights to do this. But to do this and then come out and later on say, oh, isn't Twitch weird for hating VTubers? You are making fun of a system that you have essentially complied with. And again, I understand that, look, I understand if you don't want to jeopardize whatever tenuous rapport you hold with Twitch staff. I understand that at the end of the day, you are a creator, a business partner, so to speak, with Twitch, and you don't want to rock the boat too much. However, I want to really reiterate that if your relationship with Twitch is so tenuous that you can only possibly keep it afloat by keeping your mouth shut about blatant flaws in their system that they've admitted to you exist, then you're not really safe at all. All it takes is another round of layoffs. All it takes is a changing of hands. All it takes is one scenario where the favoritism can't really do anything anymore, one offense that you make intentionally or accidentally, where they can't really look over, where they can't really turn a blind eye, and you lose whatever rapport you had anyways. So this is why I'm going in so hard on this particular example, why it frustrates me so much, is because, again, if you want the system to change, you're gonna have to stop complying with it. You're going to have to give because again, the public was a tool that you used in order to get that change, in order to make that exception for yourself. And if you go along with Twitch's request to keep silent about it, then for future cases, people can't replicate what you did. So, again, I want to reiterate, no one is entitled to anything that Fifi has. And Fifi has no duty to share anything if she doesn't want to. However, again, like I said before, it is a little exasperating when that is the choice that she's made, and she's also chosen to come in and make fun of Twitch, make fun of how Twitch's system is still unfair months later. Because again, there is a way you can affect change in that system, but going along with their request for silence is not a way of doing that. Anyways, so on that note, if we take everything that we've looked at over the course of this entire stream, we can begin to condense down a series of, we can start to put into tangible form the unwritten rules that Twitch has around its sexual content policy. Now, again, this is not a perfect list. This is mostly to do with sexual content, and this is only based off of the examples that have been brought to my attention personally. However, I do think that if you are able to read over these rules, they will give you at least some chance at better avoiding an enforcement action in the future on Twitch. First, sexual jokes or innuendos may attract a warning if a sexual themes content label is not applied prior. Again, this sounds minor, this sounds stupid, but this is the way that Twitch operates. And even if you don't have a sexual content label applied, even if the bots don't think your content is a problem, all it takes is one rogue false flagger and suddenly your content will become a problem. Second, lolly and shota VTubers are not permitted to engage in any manner of lewd content, sexual jokes, or innuendos. This may also apply to live-streamed art. So again, because of how vague the interaction between Twitch's youth safety policy and sexual content policy, we don't know how those two policies interact, even though we know that they do. So, because of the way that those two policies interact, it is probably safer than not to simply and again, this is unfair. I understand this is unfair, but this is simply reality of how Twitch operates. It is unfortunately the case that you will probably be disallowed from engaging in any form of lewd or sexual content, or even using innuendos as a joke. And also, this might apply to if you're drawing like a lolly or a shota character as well. So again, not very fair, but unfortunately, that's how Twitch seems to operate. Third, lolly and shota VTubers are currently subject to Twitch's youth safety guidelines. Again, it doesn't matter if you're a 30-year-old behind the model. Twitch sees something that looks like a child, so they are going to treat you like a child, unfortunately. And therefore may have additional restrictions, oh hi Alan, placed on them regarding the consumption of alcohol on stream. Chibis may possibly be included as well. Now, the last part was simply an extrapolation made by me. I don't know if chibis are going to be lumped under the same umbrella as lollies and shotas, but I think it's better safe than sorry. So, again, because of the fact that they are basically treated as children by Twitch, this might also mean that if you drink on stream, you might have more severe, the threshold for what counts as a violation with regards to self-harm or something might be slightly lower. And again, this is me essentially throwing shots in the dark, but this is better than nothing. 4. Exposed hip, stomach, and or underboob requires a sexual themes content label. This applies to the streamer's model and possibly extends to all images shown on stream, including art and or promotional graphics. So again, if you have an ad for Uwu Market, for, for gamer subs, for v.lol or whatever, or you're promoting a darkie, this still applies. If your model is a swimsuit model, you need to make sure that you have a sexual themes content label on there as well. Maybe even you need to attach the pools and hot tub category, although that's something I haven't confirmed yet. But essentially, what we are seeing is that any sort of flesh fold above the thigh, any sort of hip exposure is regarded by Twitch as being sexual in nature. Also, any form of underboob, and also, I forgot to include this, tan lines. Tan lines are also possibly viewed by Twitch as being a sexual thing. So that is something else you have to be careful about. And finally, I will probably add tan lines into the slides after this stream is over, just so I have a complete list, and I might post that onto Twitter just so people have a resource. And then finally, exposure of the feet, tongue, and the raising/wagging/gyration of the behind is regarded by Twitch as sexual content. Again, from what we've seen, the examples we've gone through, Twitch does not care if it is an animal, if it is or like a chibi or anything, right? They don't care. If it's any one of these three, they will assume that it is sexual content. This rule seems to be applied more heavily to drawn characters and or media, regardless of its subject. So, if you want some sort of guidance on how Twitch's sexual content policy works, this is not an official list, but this is the best thing that I can give based off of all of the cases that I've looked at thus far. Another thing, in case that you receive a content warning or ban that you think is unjustified, that you know and ideally have some form of evidence is unjustified, right? Hopefully this will become less necessary, because I have heard news, and this is something we'll go through in a little bit, where Twitch is supposedly implementing a feature where they will finally, after years of existing, give people who have received enforcement actions clips from the stream that caused the offense, right? Hopefully we'll no longer need to do this in the future, but it will still be a few months until they implement that properly. So in the meantime, if you receive a content warning in the middle of a stream, immediately start archiving the remainder of your stream. I don't care if you're doing it. I don't care if you ask one of the members of your audience to do it. Archive that immediately. Because what we need, again, is more data. We need more examples of what it is that Twitch is deeming to be worthy of a content warning. And if you have the remainder of that stream, it doesn't matter if it doesn't record what happened prior to the point where you received the warning. We have something to work off of that is better than just a deleted VOD. Next, if your appeal is wrongfully denied, publicize the stated reason for your enforcement action and link to your archive stream. Again, hopefully this is a measure that will be made obsolete when Twitch finally implements clips in bans or content warnings. But just in case, this is always a good idea, just so you can show the public what went wrong. And finally, if you receive any clarifications from direct correspondence with Twitch staff, please, I ask you, please share them with the public. You don't have to. I understand if you choose not to. But please consider at the very least doing that. Because if you do that, those clarifications, those words from Twitch, those direct confirmed clarifications as to how Twitch applies its rules, they might prove invaluable for ensuring more consistent enforcement, because we are building a public backlog of precedents over time. The only way I was able to build a strong case for why Shondo's enforcement was so unfair was because I was able to look back through the publicized precedents that Twitch had set themselves. Right now, what we're going through is a little bit of a problem with VTubing, where, again, like I said, there is no central community. This is not an established practice where each case is viewed in isolation. It only happens that sometimes they overlap enough so that people start paying attention to all of them at once, because there is a wave going on. However, again, ideally, it is not impossible to have a VTuber community, a single VTuber community, but it is going to require collectively coming together to do something like this. It's going to require this level of solidarity, this level of being okay with burning bridges with Twitch staff in favor of giving the next VTuber who gets slammed after you a chance at avoiding said slamming. And in an ideal world, you wouldn't have to make that choice. Because when you're a creator, I 100% understand making the choice to simply go along with what Twitch wants so that you get an easier time while you are, with Twitch. I understand that. But at the same time, if you are the kind of person who wants to lean on a quote-unquote VTuber community, if you are the kind of person who would like to see that happen in the future, then I ask that you please take the time to do something like this, to disclose what you are told by Twitch, so that everyone in general, when Twitch will not tell the public how they work, how they do things, at least you can tell the public. And again, this is a point that I'll come back to later, but I really can't overstate how important it is to the formation of a community that you have this underlying sense of shared solidarity. Because Twitch is not an ally. Twitch is not a reliable support network, resource, whatever. If they were, if they cared, they would be more transparent with how they work. They are not. What they are hoping for is that enough people are okay with them making exceptions to the point where they will never have to change. And so long as we don't have that VTuber community, so long as we have people who are only okay with having exceptions made for them, the system will never change, because it doesn't have to. Because the public pressure that it is scared of will only happen in short-lived bursts and myopic tantrums. Nothing more. Nothing more cohesive that would actually force them to adjust. And speaking of forced adjustments, again, I'm not saying that this is caused by what happened with Shondo, but the timing is quite funny. At San Diego TwitchCon, Dan Clancy announced that they will finally be telling streamers why they've been banned. They will finally include clips from the offending stream in their enforcement notices so that creators can see what exactly got them banned, warned, whatever. This is exciting news. I mean, admittedly, this is a feature that should have been part of Twitch on release, but better late than never, even if late is a few years. However, the next part of the announcement, while it does sound exciting, is a little more concerning. See, this person, best friend, stated that all strikes now expire. Now, this isn't really accurate, because while Twitch is introducing strikes that do expire, not all strikes are created equal. In an interview that Twitch did with The Verge about this new change to their strike program, it is stated, quote, "Currently, when a streamer violates one of Twitch's community guidelines, they receive some kind of enforcement action like a warning or a suspension, which then counts against them in the form of a strike. After a certain number of strikes, that streamer's account can be suspended indefinitely." Quote, "We've had people on Twitch for a long time that have had enforcement in the past, but they don't expire over time," end quote, said Lewington. Lewington is a member of Twitch staff that is talking with The Verge about this. "This current system is punitive for folks who've been on Twitch longer, and that's not what we want to do." Now, you might be wondering, okay, in theory at least, that makes sense. You don't want to unfairly punish people for being on your platform for longer, do you? However, where it starts to get concerning is in the next paragraph. In this new system, strikes for low severity, quote-unquote, offenses will expire after a certain amount of time. Now, you may be wondering upon hearing that, what exactly does it mean to have a low severity offense? What is a low severity offense, and how is it different from a high severity offense? And you will never guess. But when Twitch was asked this question, what is a low severity offense? one of their first responses was accidental nudity. I wonder why. I wonder who this system is being implemented for. To go on in the article, it states, though accidental nudity was given as one example, Twitch did not offer a comprehensive list of what the, quote, low severity, end quote, offenses are, nor how long it would take them to expire. Great. So, no details at all about how this system is actually going to work. Quote, that's still a work in progress, end quote, Lewington said. We're still figuring out the exact timelines. He did, however, say that strikes for high-severity offences, incidents relating to child safety, again, for those who don't know, that means youth risky, as Twitch puts it, terrorism or hateful conduct, will never depreciate. Now, what I find concerning about this system is that it doesn't fix Twitch's problem with uneven or biased enforcement. In fact, it provides them with an excuse to enforce things in a biased, inconsistent, uneven manner. This simply provides them with a pretext to punish certain offences and certain offenders more mildly than others. That is the problem. And it says a lot about Twitch that one of the first I keep going on about this, but this perfectly exemplifies the problems that everyone has with Twitch. One of the first examples that they gave, right off the top of their head, when it comes to what constitutes a low severity offense, is fucking accidental nudity. You must be kidding me. At this point, you're not even trying to hide the cam girl favoritism on your site. But anyways, to go on. Because we don't know how fast a strike depreciates, because we don't know exactly what constitutes a low severity or high severity offense, there are a few predictions that I have about this, about how this policy may end up working in a way that either Twitch or we didn't predict. Again, the fact that they cited child safety as a high severity offense that would not depreciate in terms of strikes, that tells me that this is not a policy that will likely be good for VTubers, because VTubers have lolly and shota models that, well, if Twitch chooses to flag them as being, well, youth risky, they're kind of screwed. But anyways, I have a few predictions. I'm going to have a bit of a Nostradamus moment here. I predict few things. After this policy change goes live, something that I predict is that the number of reports for, quote, youth risky and, quote, hateful conduct will increase. And what I predict is that this will become the new false flagging meta, especially for VTubers. Because, like we said, sexual content is no longer going to be, well, in all likelihood, as severe, because, well, we know who Twitch is making this policy change for. However, youth risky, hateful conduct were both explicitly named as being report categories that were not affected by the new depreciating strike system. Second prediction, certain streamers will abuse the depreciating low-severity strikes to gain bursts of discoverability while still streaming mature content. Now, what I assume is going to happen is that they will view these as a sort of ability that can be used on and off of cooldown, where when you have 3 strikes before you actually need to start playing by the rules again, so you use these strikes as opportunities to stream mature content while still possibly making it onto the front page by not labeling your stream accordingly. Now, again, I could be completely wrong with this assumption. This might be me being too cynical and pessimistic, but if it happens, I won't be surprised. And then finally, I predict that that Twitch will get into a controversy about how they categorize low severity and high severity offenses within the first, let's say, 12 months of implementing this new policy. Again, this is a pretty low stakes prediction. This is kind of like the center square in bingo, where it's pretty much free. But again, it's a prediction I'm going to put out there. Now, at the end of the day, the main thing I want to get across, even in spite of the fact that Twitch is apparently changing its policies, is that nothing has really changed. Twitch has changed the way that these policies work, but if anything, they've only made it more justifiable that their uneven enforcement exists. Sure, they've made the uneven enforcement more transparent, more predictable, but they haven't gotten rid of the of the uneven enforcement. Twitch's system has not changed. Twitch's system is likely not going to change until they are publicly pressured into doing so. And again, like I said, Twitch only responds to public pressure. Which means that having established that VTubers, at least in the current state of Twitch, are indeed at a real disadvantage, how do you address this? How do we address this? And the answer is we need to be able to harness the public. But we need more than that. Because as individuals, if we are able to create a social media shitstorm, we can only do that enough. We can only help ourselves. We can't consistently, in the absence of a cohesive, unified community, in the absence of effective, designated advocates and representatives, our ability to combat a system as large as Twitch is going to be inconsistent, to say the least. Apes together strong, exactly. And so, while it is a popular tactic to try and get online backlash, public backlash, to try and grab attention, to force Twitch to review the enforcement decisions they've made on a case-by-case basis, I ask that anyone watching, right, audience members, VTubers, creators of any kind, if you are watching this, I ask that you consider chipping in to help build the VTuber community. It doesn't exist, but it can. And it is something that we will eventually need in the future. Because VTubing as a medium is in this weird phase where it's new. It has some sort of novelty. Well, it doesn't have novelty as much as it's just unfamiliar. And as a result, because of the fact that you are using a medium that inherently dehumanizes you, where the technology you use to communicate with your audience is more the focal point of your content than you yourself, these platforms do not need to accommodate you. These platforms can get away with continuing to discriminate against you because you are not a person. VTubers are not a recognized class of people. So they can keep getting away with it unless you make it difficult. And the only way you can make it difficult is through a coherent, cohesive, public, unified in a community through the bonds of solidarity. If you are someone who is a VTuber fan, if you see somebody crying out about being neglected by Twitch's moderation system, if they provided some sort of proof, some sort of evidence to show that their stream has been wrongfully penalized, I ask that you consider retweeting, sharing, quote tweeting, liking, giving it a boost in engagement. If you are another creator, I ask that you consider doing that as well. I ask that you as a creator consider that, yes, you may be burning bridges with the platform that is treating you and others unfairly. I know, really weird thing to ask. But that you consider maybe that doing that right now will help other creators in future. At the end of the day, what I'm asking for is more solidarity. Because we're not going to get a VTuber, I don't think we're going to get a viable VTuber-only platform. People have tried in the past, it hasn't worked. Simply because, again, like I've said, VTubing as an industry is not friendly to that kind of thing. Because VTubing is still niche as a content genre, but it is so varied that people will probably not be interested in a platform purely dedicated to VTubers. Because asking for a platform just for VTubers is a bit like asking for a platform, well, asking for a platform only for political commentary creators. I mean, technically, I guess Rumble is kind of that, but... And again, at the end of the day, we work with what we've got. And the big two platforms are, well, I don't think they're going away anytime soon. They are immensely flawed, awful in the way that they enforce their rules at times. But they are all we have. And no individual is going to be able to consistently hold their own against them forever. So, essentially what I'm asking for is a bit of a VTuber union. And what I ask is to understand one simple principle. If you take nothing away from this whole, presentation, stream, rant, spiel, whatever, I want you to remember that the public is a tool, but a community is an ally. And if you intend to fight a system, something as large as an entire platform, then you're going to need both. You can use the public when it is convenient, that is fine. But unless you build a community as well, you aren't going to have something reliable you can fall back on to boost your message when necessary. And you can talk about the VTuber community, but it's not going to exist unless you build it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, so essentially, yeah, unions. That's basically it. Choose your reps carefully, though. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about choosing VTuber ambassadors for Twitch that are actually, invested in other creators in their content, so that there is no conflict of interest there where they are incentivized to focus only on their own content and not pay attention to what other creators are doing or going through, as is the case with current VTuber ambassadors from what I've seen. So again, this is why I would advocate for having, collab VTubers, news tubers, because both of those content genres revolve around looking at what's going on with other VTubers. So you are incentivized. You don't have to choose between working on your own content and paying attention to other people in the space. And if we get rid of that fundamental disconnect, I do think that we'd be able to move in a good direction when it comes to getting more effective advocates and representatives for VTubers as a whole to, communicate with the platforms that are, currently enforcing their policies in an unfair manner. Kirsha also went on a rant where she was talking about how useless Twitch ambassadors seem to be at the moment, how it all seems to be like a massive cronyistic clusterfuck with people who are simply friends with Twitch staff and etc., or who know someone who knows someone who knows Twitch staff. And I think right now we need the opposite of that. We need people who we need people who the community, we need people who VTubers in general are familiar with, who people in this space know, can recognize, and can trust to represent what is going on. This is why, again, this is one of the reasons why I advocated for the idea of making Lydia an ambassador, because Lydia has experienced firsthand how unreasonable Twitch's enforcement systems can be, which goes quite a long way towards, establishing a baseline sympathy, empathy between her and other people who have been affected similarly as well. So, the person Asagi or Rima for Twitch ambassador for VTubers. Honestly, I mean, if that's, I don't know if Rima would be interested in that, because from what she has disclosed in the past on her stream, she's a very busy woman. But I can definitely see that, again, those types of creators are definitely the kinds that I think would be well suited to that role. Again, purely because they don't have to choose between working on their own content and paying attention to other people in the space. And that is such an important thing to making sure that your creator ambassadors are capable of doing both of those jobs, creating and being an ambassador. Noxon, you really need some kind of cheesy outro line every time you end these streams. This has been the armchair expert. Yeah, I mean, maybe. The sort of wink, wink, nod, nod, thank you and good night type of thing, maybe. But for now, I'll settle for just finishing my spiel. Professional gentleman, she has a professional experience and displayed that she cares about the perspective of creators rather than bootlicking for the platform. Yeah. That is, again, it's all of this, it's all of these character traits, right? These aspects of people's personality the way that they conduct themselves, both personally and professionally, that I think is missing from the current ambassador program, or I don't think is a criterion in how ambassadors are selected. I don't even know if there's any sort of accountability system for how ambassadors conduct themselves. Because, I mean, if there was, I would wager that Evil Toaster would not still be an ambassador. Rima seems very career-focused. Yeah, I mean, that's not to say that being an ambassador is without perks. I mean, you get to... you get passes to special events. I'm pretty sure you get shown off more often on the front page. And again, I understand for those reasons as to why there is, like, you know... what I want to make this very clear. When I say that something is selfish, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Everyone is at least a little selfish. I think selfishness is normal. I even advocate for it. So, again... I can understand why there are selfish motivations to become an ambassador because, you know, I mean, that's a lot of exposure from Twitch for free. But at the same time, part of that is still a role that you are expected to fulfill in the eyes of other creators. And if you don't fulfill that role, then the PR hit is arguably worse than if you were never an ambassador in the first place. And that has certainly proven itself to be the case when you look at the controversy surrounding the latest wave of VTuber bans on Twitch. So, again... you can isolate yourself and insulate yourself and just focus on working on your own content in spite of being an ambassador. But don't expect other people to, you know, stay quiet about that. If people are going to not even directly give shit to you, but just give shit to ambassadors in general over that, I think that's to be expected. So, like everything, selfishness needs to be done in moderation. Oh yeah, for sure. I think DN is more fitted to be an archivist, general analysis than an ambassador. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, DN has displayed the ability to, like, you know, go around and talk to different groups of people and get along just fine, but... Billy Aoki, thank you for the $2.98. Kneecap reveal when. I'm glad to see your regular super. But I will respond in the same way I have in future. I will need more funds to do that, and then I will consider sharing something as lewd as chair kneecap. Professional gentleman, selfishness is necessary and unavoidable, or else people would not survive. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Also, I just remembered that I have super chats that I need to read. Hold on. I'm going to go over to the abduction screen while I do that. But... I mean, if you showed up for the main portion of this where I was just ranting about Twitch's unfair enforcement, I hope this has been entertaining for you, helpful for you even. I will be, again, as always, these slides are all going to be going up on my Patreon and are accessible for free on there. You don't need to pay me anything in order to access them. They're just there. So that I have one platform that I can use to host all of the stuff that's not videos. And I will also possibly be posting the list of unwritten rules to Twitter, just so people can more easily access that as a resource. But, A2, I asked earlier in this stream, but do you think Lydia's stream was flagged because the bot saw tan lines plus equals swimsuit equals sexual content? I genuinely do think that might be the case. Although I'm not sure if it was a bot or if it was a deliberate false flag. Because I'm more inclined to think that it's a false flag rather than just a bot. The way that I would assume... thanks for the stream, upper limb furniture. You're welcome, professional gentleman. How I assume the way that Twitch's moderation system works is that every bit of content that gets posted on there is given a once-over by their bots. And based on that once over, a bot will assign a value to that stream. Now, some of these values are values that on their own will not cause for an enforcement, but are more than 0, right? These are the streams where there is something in there that might constitute, let's say, sexual content, right? Then when you have user reports will either override the bot in cases where the original score assigned was 0, or they will push it over the threshold necessary to cause an enforcement action. And then once that enforcement action is caused, it goes through the safety team before being given to the creator. That's how I imagine Twitch's system works. Again, this is just me spitballing based off of evidence that is circumstantial at best. But that is what I would assume. Purely because of how inconsistent the Twitch's enforcement has been up till now. Give me a second to pull up the super chats. Actually, yeah, this isn't... I already read this out, Chris Broer, but one thing I do want to touch on is you brought up a point about how Gunrun, so for those who don't know who that is, VShojo's CEO, is probably capable of opening up, at the very least, a direct line of negotiation, if not going toe-to-toe with Twitch and its management, over how, his talents are being treated. But that is not a viable substitute for actually having advocates that can represent all VTubers in general, or most VTubers in general, especially the smaller indie ones that don't have a corporate support structure behind them. So, yeah, while Gunrun's existence, VShojo's existence, is a good thing, I don't think they will be an effective substitute for just VTuber advocates. We need more than just mascots, essentially. Randot, thank you for the 2-month membership. Thanks for the stream. I'm going to take to my hand. Bye. All right, see you, bro. Omen, thank you for the 10. I feel like it should be pointed out, but before VTubers ever blew up on Twitch, oh wait, no, yeah, I already read that out. JV Robergato, implicit association of a certain art style as being targeted at kids. Yeah. I mean, I would assume that someone on the inside at Twitch views all anime as something that is only for kids, and therefore is why they keep penalizing VTubers for sexual content or for youth risky. But again, that's just an assumption. That a rat. Just a rat. Nothing else. J. Robogato, oh yeah, same sort of thing. Could it be because there's an implicit thought of cartoons are for children? Why are you showing this to children? Yeah, that's what I would assume as well. And yeah, that's all of the supers that I needed to read. So now that we've given Twitch its one over when it comes to its awful moderation system, the next one we're going to be looking at is going to be YouTube. YouTube has been mounting shenanigans of its own when it comes to enforcing its rules on people, especially its rules surrounding sexual content, audible or audio content that it deems to be sexual. So that's the next thing that we're going to be looking at. Stay posted on my community tab. Remember to like, subscribe, all of those things. Comment if you're watching the VOD. But I will likely be putting out another announcement on Twitter looking for ASMR YouTubers to give me some sort of, to contact me and tell me about how they've received strikes, demonetizations, had videos removed, etc., etc. So I ask that if you see that on your timeline, you give it some sort of engagement boost as well, whether it be retweeting, whether it be like quote tweeting, sharing, liking, etc., replying. But yeah, I mean, that would be very helpful if you would be kind enough to do that. And hopefully I'll be able to announce a concrete date soon. I am considering taking a break for a week, although I'm not quite decided whether it's going to be this week or next week. We do have quite a bit of content lined up over the next month. I have a collab being planned over in 2 weeks' time. We are going to do the YouTube moderation stream. Then finally we will get to the tech stream, and I have the VShojo one lined up after that. So quite a lot of stuff planned, and I'll give you more details in due time. Sao Jun, thank you for the 1-month membership. False flag brigades aren't limited to just Twitch. Oh yeah, for sure. Believe you me, we will be touching on that one when we talk about YouTube. Jane Doe, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Too many Puritans nowadays, and YouTube is the worst. Yeah, and the problem is I'm not even sure if it's just Puritanism. I think it's just these platforms wanting children on there, which is why they insist on being family friendly, or insisting that you make your content family friendly. Because, like I said, I've said this multiple times before, but children are the holy grail when it comes to advertisers. Every advertiser, if there weren't laws that stopped them from doing this, there is nothing stopping advertisers from figuring out how to hack the brains of children and milk them for all the money they can get. Because, like I said, children lack critical thinking. Children lack the ability to defend against persuasion. And there is nothing more cynical, more hungry, more exploitative than just advertisers in general. Or specifically advertisers that aim their work at children. And these platforms are one of the worst for that. Yeah, Cocomelon does that, yeah. I don't view Cocomelon as content, I just view it as child exploitation. Have you seen the reach that certain channels have? Yeah. Yet they allow bathtub streamers. Yeah, exactly. Even Mr. Beast goes for that shit. I don't think at this point that even needs to be in that statement. He's just been doing that from day one. It's only recently that the facade has dropped. Children are the ideal target for advertising and propaganda? Exactly. Exactly. Again, anyone incapable of critical thinking is the ideal audience for both of those things. Alright. I might end stream here because I can feel my voice getting a little bit raspy. And I need to go eat something as well. So we will finally get the Tech Corp stream. Rest assured, I'm not going to push it back any further. Not least because there are concepts discussed in there that we will actually need in order to understand some of the stuff I'm going to be bringing up with the VShojo controversies over the course of this year. But yeah, I hope that you found today's stream worthwhile to tune into. And I hope you, I hope to see you guys again when I do my next stream, whether that be next week or the week after. Alright, let me see who I can raid into. Let me see who's live right now. Live redirect. Oh, Sayu's live. Alright, there's a Hag collab. Pure Kino. Alright. I'll be sending you guys over there to the Civilization collab that Sayu is currently doing with Irie, Rennie, and Cleo. Okay, remember to behave in Sayu's chat. And I hope you have fun over there. I'll be heading over there myself in a few minutes. And yeah, thanks for stream. I hope to see you guys in due time. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.